the God who's never far. So I will not be afraid. God, you always keep me safe in your arms. I remember who you are. You're the God who's never far. So I will not be afraid. If you ever wonder if you're always in my head, I assure you it's true. And you don't have to worry, even when you're gone, I still spend every day with you. You're amazing, and you have me. It doesn't matter whatever comes to be. Oh, even if we somehow lose our way, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. It's like we're always moving. Why is it so hard to find some time to catch our breath? Someday we will slow down long enough to watch the sunrise from our own bed. You're amazing, and you have me. It doesn't matter whatever comes to be. Oh, even if we somehow lose our way.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The orientation will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. Restrooms are located on the right side of the exit. Please go to the first floor as an alternative when it is crowded. The orientation will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. Before we proceed, there are a few reminders. Please silence your cell phone and wear your mask at all times and have a fixed seat as well. Thank you for your cooperation.
You're amazing, and you have me. It doesn't matter whatever comes to be. Oh, even if we somehow lose our way, we'll be okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 TaiwanICDF International Higher Education Scholarship Program Orientation. Today's orientation is organized by the TaiwanICDF and held in collaboration with the Taipei National University of the Arts. Now, let's welcome Ms. Kristen Xie, who is from the International Education and Training Department of the TaiwanICDF. She will give a brief introduction about the TaiwanICDF and an overview of the International Higher Education Scholarship Program and the related regulations. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. And our fellow scholarship recipient also watching us online. And good morning, everyone. I know it's very early in the morning, but before we're moving on, I would like to ask one simple question. Before you apply the scholarship, have you ever heard about TaiwanICDF? Before you apply the scholarship, please raise your hand. Well, It's a good number. It's a good number. It's a good number. So good to know that you already know about Taiwan ICDF. So, but before we move on to give you an introduction of Taiwan ICDF, we prepare a short clip for you to better understanding where we are coming from and how we Taiwan ICDF operate around the world. Please.
Taiwan's economic and social prosperity and development can be attributed to government policy and the diligence of the people. Great assistance rendered by the international community decades ago gave the economy the necessary impetus to take off. To give back to the international community, Taiwan actively contributed to international development aid programs when Taiwan was itself still a developing country. As a member of the global community, Taiwan has willingly shouldered its social responsibilities and shared its experience with the world. In 1959, Taiwan started providing foreign aid by assisting the Republic of Vietnam. Over time, in line with the needs of each phase, Taiwan assisted partner countries to develop and build infrastructure through the Operation Vanguard Team, the Committee of International Technical Cooperation, the International Economic Cooperation Development Fund, and other aid agencies. This laid a strong foundation for Taiwan's subsequent aid efforts. The International Cooperation and Development Fund was established in 1996 to effectively integrate Taiwan's foreign aid resources, turning Taiwan's foreign aid efforts more systematic and professional. The Taiwan ICDF continues to consolidate its organizational capabilities to meet the ever-changing international trends. Taking a project-oriented approach to our work and effectively using resources maximizes the scope and benefits of our projects. In 2016, the UN Sustainable Development Goals set a common agenda for international cooperation and development work. The Taiwan ICDF takes the SDGs into consideration in its strategic planning, designing projects accordingly in Taiwan's comparative advantages in agriculture, public health and medicine, education, ICT, and the environment. By effectively allocating resources to these priority areas and expanding the synergy of project implementation, the Taiwan ICDF will continue to share Taiwan's development experience with partner countries and the global community. Capitalizing on Taiwan's strengths in agriculture, the Taiwan ICDF helps partner countries boost crop production, improve nutrition, and design more effective agricultural policies. We assist farmers' organizations, provide loans, and train farmers to empower them. We bring technology to bear in the field to improve cultivars and disease prevention and quarantine efforts. We aim also to help partner countries mitigate the effects of climate change, increase agricultural production, improve farmers' lives, and strengthen agricultural value chains. The international community is focused on improving the welfare of all people of all ages. The Taiwan ICDF combines Taiwan's rich experience in public health and medicine as it works with partner countries through projects addressing maternal and infant care, chronic disease prevention, and health information systems. In planning and implementing projects, the Taiwan ICDF brings together resources of public and private healthcare institutions and dispatches volunteers, while also offering health personnel training. Through this approach, we help our partner countries improve their health systems and move towards sustainable development and a healthier citizenry. Human capital is the backbone of every economy and serves as the foundation for national competitiveness. The Taiwan ICDF's education and training programs help partner countries strengthen their capacity. We draw on Taiwan's higher education resources to offer scholarships for the tertiary education of promising students from Taiwan's partner countries. Other workshops are tailored for government officials and specialists. Moreover, through the use of financial tools and consultation, the Taiwan ICDF facilitates loans and provides technical assistance that bolsters the vocational education and training system of partner countries. Taiwan has a wealth of experience in information and communications technology and e-government. As ICT may accelerate poverty reduction and enhance governance in developing countries, the Taiwan ICDF assists allies in building e-government systems and establishing ICT centers. At these centers, officials and staff can learn how to use technology for more effective governance and improve their ICT capabilities. At the same time, by strengthening partner countries' internet security and supporting them to meet international standards, the Taiwan ICDF is helping partner countries make a key transition and move towards sustainable development. As a responsible member of the global village, Taiwan is sharing its experience in environmental sustainability. To help partner countries respond effectively to climate change, the Taiwan ICDF is deploying Taiwan's advanced environmental monitoring systems to enhance disaster response and management mechanisms of our partner countries. The Taiwan ICDF also actively invests in sustainable energy, implementing pilot projects and providing loans to partner countries to develop green energy infrastructure, and holds workshops to share Taiwan's experiences in sustainable development and related technologies, helping partner countries build capacity. As the world community grows ever closer, the Taiwan ICDF continues to work with global partners such as the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Inter-American Development Bank, Central American Bank for Economic Integration, and International Regional Organization for Plant Protection and Animal Health. Moreover, we strengthen our partnerships with international NGOs such as Mercy Corps, CARE, World Vision, and Action Against Hunger through our humanitarian assistance projects so that together we can build a better tomorrow all over the world. Today, sustainable development is a common goal for all countries. All across the globe, the Taiwan ICDF is working with partner countries, one step at a time, to contribute to the sustainable development of the international community.
Okay. So I hope you do have a better understanding after you watching the video. So I also prepared a short presentation about the brief history about Taiwan ICDF. But don't worry, it's not going to be boring. Okay, so the history next, the history of Taiwan ICDF. Oh, sorry. So if anyone, please, this is our Telegram, and this is where we communicate through Telegram for our scholarship recipients. And if you would like to, we would like to ask everyone to join us on Telegram. So you can scan the QR code or download Telegram and search for Taiwan ICDF scholarship. Okay, oops. Okay. So also, next one, this is if you have any question, but you wish to ask the question anonymously, you can also scan the QR code and type your question over Menti platform. Or you can log in www.menti.com and type 4000-4787. Also apply for our friends online, QR code, or log in www.menti.com and type the code. Okay, and let's move on. Next, yes, next, please. Okay, good. So the history of TaiwanICDF can go all the way back to the 1959. So you can see Taiwan as well as TaiwanICDF. Well, of course, we have other names as TaiwanICDF, but the main point is that Taiwan has been a very productive member among the international community. So initially, at 1959, that we have agriculture technical mission dispatch overseas, and gradually we have our status and operation as we are right now, including financial service, human capital development, as well as technology development. So moving on next. So over the years that we have developed 6 major priority areas. As you probably noticed, the program you signed up for is actually, you can find within the priority areas, which are agriculture, public health, medicine, education, ICT, environment, as well as SME development. You can find your programs under these priority areas. Okay, and let's move on. And under these 6 priority areas, you can see there are 5 major departments within TaiwanICDF. So these 5 major departments in TaiwanICDF, each of them operates the development by different approaches, but they are also operated and implemented the project about agriculture, education, SMEs, environment, information, and ICT, as well as public health. Okay, let's move on. So start with, like to technical cooperation department. That is the one of the 5 major departments. I don't know, probably some of you heard about TaiwanICDF through our technical mission overseas, probably some of you. And we have 81 ongoing projects in 40 countries, probably in your country. I believe most of your country have our technical mission dispatched over there. And 22 technical missions within, with around over 200 professionals in the field. But if you want to have further information, you are more than welcome to log on our TaiwanICDF official website. And let's move on. Apart from technical mission, we also provide humanitarian assistance. So within the Department of Humanitarian Assistance, that we have the project implemented includes the humanitarian assistance project and also public health project. You can see they have as well as the overseas volunteers program and the healthcare personal training programs. And this department, they often work with the hospital within Taiwan and cooperate the hospital institution. And they will actually dispatch the medical staff and medical professionals to overseas to exchange the valuable experience and skills. So if anyone who currently signed up for the medical program, you are interested, and you are also welcome to log in and have a check. And moving on, and it's about lending investment department. And apart from the operation of technical mission, humanitarian assistance, we also provide the projects about lending investment in a way which is also finance way to implement international aid. So within this department, we have financial intermediaries and the small island for the small islands, and also production sector for the agricultural value chain, etc. And next one. This is our department, and this is what you should probably know about Taiwan ICDF initially. So within the International Education and Training Department, we have 4 major operations, which are professional workshop, international higher education scholarship, as well as vocational training project, and the overseas Mandarin teaching project. And these 4 were implemented by my department, which is International Education and Training Department. So some of you might, the International Higher Education Scholarship Program, I will have more details and overview afterwards. And that's a short brief about Taiwan ICDF introduction. So if you have any question, you can also raise your hand, or you can log in www.menti.com or to scan the QR code. So right now, we'd like to move on to the overview of the Taiwan ICDF Scholarship, Higher Education Scholarship Program. Also, Telegram, please join us, okay? Okay, next one, also the www.menti.com and type the code or scan the QR code. Okay, so, this one, okay. So, I don't know if you have a good look about your terms of program and consent form. Have you signed the consent form, right? You remember signing something, right? Okay, everyone, when you come, you remember signing something, or you sign something without knowing it. It is very dangerous, okay? In Taiwan and internationally, it's very dangerous, okay? So, as you know, that we cover airfare, housing. Why we have a quotation about dorm? Because once you decide to leave outside the dorm, you have to pay yourself. Okay, reminder. So a lot of like scholarship recipient will say, how can you pay me the housing and I don't stay outside the dorm? Check your consent form in terms of program, okay? You signed it, you have to commit it to it, okay? And tuition fee, we also cover it. Credit fees, book cost, and insurance, and most importantly, allowance, right? So you all know like how much money you have for allowance per month, right? Some people nodding, so okay, let's double check. So what is for the monthly allowance for undergraduate? 12,000, great. You definitely sign something before you read it, okay? What about postgraduate? Good. So apparently you know, okay, this is something that we offer and we should have your undivided attention to study in Taiwan. So this is what we offered, okay? And moving on. Okay, so by accepting the scholarship from Taiwan ICD, you must, for the duration for your period of study in Taiwan. This is because we encountered some of the cases. I'm not talking about you, and I wish none of you would happen. Okay, some of you will come to me and say, "I'd like to join a dual degree program, and I'd like to be an exchange student in another country, and I wish to maintain the identity of a scholarship of a recipient." And I would say no, because according to our regulation, you have to finish your school in Taiwan. So the answer is no. Before we're moving on, I don't know, I already printed out, sorry. This is your acceptance letter this year, okay, this year. And this is your program advisory. So within the acceptance letters, there are 15. of the regulation, I think you already know it because you signed this. So I'm not going to go through one by one because it's really time consuming, and I'm sure that you already understand the obligation. Also, the terms of program, they have 3 pages full, so technically 6 pages. So again, I'm not going to go through it page by page. I'm going to pick up the most common cases to share with you, okay? For starter, you have to finish your program in Taiwan. No exchange student, no transferring to another program, no transferring to another school. Okay, you signed it, finish it, done deal. Okay, good. Okay, moving on. Agree to abide by the laws of Taiwan. So it sounds like, of course, right? Sounds of course. No, you'll be surprised how many, like, I would say unintentionally or unknowingly or even intentionally committed of crimes. For example, that especially during this, under these circumstances, I have to emphasize because like our MC just announced that you have to wear the mask all the time. As you probably noticed, Taiwan still having a rather strict regulation in fighting against the COVID-19. And I've been approached to some of the students saying that wearing mask is actually is violating their human right. I know some of you are thinking about it, and you just don't want to say it in our face. You're saying, okay, so let me explain to you. You have to think another way, okay? Saying, there's a lot of people maintain our life, right? For example, the shuttle bus driver that took you here. And also the on-campus manager who arranged your quarantine hotel to school to here, right? And also even your teacher, your faculty members. These people, they are nice and they are hardworking and they are doing their job to maintain our life, and they make sure that we have our services in time and on time and whenever we want, right? So I would say if they get COVID-19 because one of you decided, I'm not going to follow the regulation, I'm going to do whatever I want because I think it's against my human right. If they get sick, those people who maintain the daily service, they get sick, they won't be able to provide the service we need. Okay, so in a way, not wearing mask is violating your human right, not the other way around. Okay, remember that. There's also one true case about, there's a student who decided, I'm not going to reveal the gender, so to give away too much hint, okay. The student decided to have a big party before his or her departure. And, well, unfortunately, the student is actually a COVID-19 patient, but the student did not know about it. But you can see the consequences because all the friends got it. And once the student be arranged to stay in quarantine dorm, and the student asks for like, oh, I want medicine, I want food, I want extra, etc. And the student called every friend that he and she or she are familiar with. But unfortunately, guess what? No one can help the student because they all got affected and they all put in quarantine dorm as well. So that's a true story. So if you decided to do something like that, you have to face the consequences. So think about it. If wearing mask, think about the wearing mask equals violating human rights. Think about it, okay? And think about the people who actually provide the service and maintain the daily function for us. Okay. Also, sorry. Yes. And also, there's one very common crime. I'm not sure it's crime or not. It is crime, okay? It's sexual harassment. I feel like I'm talking to a first or second graders elementary school. Protect yourself, okay? And I think because we are all coming from different backgrounds and ethnic groups, I would suggest, because I think for sometimes sexual harassment is very difficult to define, whether it's actually a harassment or is a misunderstanding. So I would say for girls and boys, male and female, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not entirely sure, don't engage in any casual verbal or physical contact. That is a way to protect yourself, I mean, for both genders, not just for girls, not just for boys, for both genders, okay? If you're not entirely sure, because some of Taiwanese are, I'm just making examples, okay? So some of the Taiwanese are very conservative. So maybe for me, it's like it's okay to put hands around me. It's not like you can put hands around me, okay? I'm just making example. But some of them is okay, but some of them say, no. Okay, so for me, advice would be, if you're not entirely sure about it, don't encounter any verbal or physical contact. Oops. Well, the light echoes me, okay. Okay, and that is what we have in the afternoon session. We have a legal 101. By then, the lawyer we invited will share us more of the true cases, so you can raise your question by then. Okay, moving on. So agree that during your study at your host institute, which is your school as well as your program, all matters related to the program will be blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read through by it. In short, what I have to emphasize it, because some of the students will come to me and say, oh, Kristen, I think because I'm a scholarship recipient, I think I have more right. I'm above the school regulation. And I would say, no, kid, you are so wrong. Okay, kid, you're delusional, okay? So if there is more, I think there's more obligation. Wait till until you see the following PowerPoint. If there's more obligation instead of privilege, okay? And some of the students will even say, Kristen, I think I'm above the law. Well, they don't exactly the same thing. But they tell me that, I break the law, I know, and police know, but I'm not going to pay any penalty, and I'm not going to say sorry, or I'm not going to take the consequences. True story, because they may not tell ICDF in the face, but they will tell the on-campus managers, saying that I'm above school, I'm above TaiwanICDF, I'm the guest you invite. No, I'm not saying any of you, I'm just saying this is all very extreme cases, okay? So for me, I would say, if anyone, I know because before you come in here, you probably have the friends, siblings, or classmates, or your seniors already attend the school here. You probably have your small group chat already. So be careful if anyone tells you that. Have you heard about urban legend? So TaiwanICDF has our own urban legend, which is you break a law, but you think that you don't have to pay the time or the money or the penalty just because you're TaiwanICDF scholarship. That is urban legend. Okay? So if anyone told you otherwise, please don't be their friends, because they're trying to get you in trouble. Okay? Look at me, people online. If they tell you otherwise, don't be their friends. I think because they done it and they just don't get caught. So they think they can get away from it. But I'll tell you, this is a true story, because just last week we received a phone call from police. And the police informed us one of the students committed crime, but the student decided to conceal it and hide it and pretend nothing happened. But eventually the police called us, because everything, you are here in Taiwan, there has been a record saying that you are actually under student visa, right, provided by TaiwanICDF. So it's very easy to trace back. So don't take your chance doing that. The reason why we provide you so much resources that we want you to stay here and study with undivided focus. We don't want you to worry about financially. Isn't it everything? I mean, when I go through your application, isn't it you write down on your application? Remember the purpose why you decide to study here and apply for scholarship. Is it for your future, or is it for like a short-term goal and quick money? Remember your initial purpose of study here. Remember, okay? Moving on. Oh, sorry, you can stay here, it's okay. Just one more reminder. You have the on-campus manager with you today, right? So remember, if anything happens to you, if you're not sure it is a scam or not, or if you're not sure about certain situation, make sure that you talk to your campus manager first, okay? Don't rush to anything. If you are not sure about something, talk to your on-campus manager first, okay? I'm sure they are happy to help you. But if you don't talk to them, they won't be able to help. Okay, good. Next one. So, okay, you all know the undergraduate monthly allowance is 12,000, right? For postgraduate, 15,000 NTD, okay? It's not USD, okay? NTD, okay? I have to remind you that NTD, where we use in Taiwan, new Taiwan dollars, okay? Be responsible for all your expense. This is very interesting, because we do have a complaint about students say, this is the monthly allowance is not enough. But I think this is also a task, assignment for you, I would say. Since we cover majority of your expenses in Taiwan, the monthly allowance should be you responsible to expense. So, if you decided to go on a date one day and you decide to say, I'm going to impress the girl today, I'm going to spend, I don't know how much, 5,000 NTD, not USD, okay? 5,000 NTD. Well, you have to 5,000 USD. I guess you don't need a scholarship, okay? 5,000 NTD. Then you have to think about, if you postgraduate, you already spend the 5,000 NTD in the beginning of month, so we'll leave you what, 7,000? So you have to think about, you have 30 more days to go on. Okay, so I think for the average price for food, for grocery, I think you have a clear concept over the days. But be responsible for your finance, because once it's gone, it's gone. You spend it, we have nothing more to you. And try not to borrow money from anyone. This is also a true story. Again, it's not personal. It's not personal to anyone, or not anyone online. We do have a phone call, or like people talking to us saying that the scholarship recipient been borrow money from their faculty member, their teachers. I don't really suggest that. They may be kind, but I think being responsible financially is your job. No one is going to, as I say, I think you are grown up. So think about the people you borrow money from. They also have family to support. So I would sincerely suggest you use your money wisely, okay? And if you ever need app, you can always people, you know. If you need app or extra help to manage your finance, you can't, okay? Just try not to borrow money from other people. And because for you, it's a liability. For them, it's actually, if I can imagine if I borrow money from my boss, I'll be like guilty every time I see him. And I feel like, oh, I need a day off, and I cannot. So for you, you cannot miss a class if you borrow money from your teacher. You have to be there and every time, and you have to be there the first one. Okay? So remember, if you're going to borrow money, you have to be the number one student there. Okay? Okay, moving on. And also, this regulation applies to the postgraduate student. I'm not worried about it because this actually related to your return ticket. So if you fail, you don't have to take a picture. It's a transfer program, and it's on the consent form, which you signed already. So if you don't take a picture, you still have to follow the rule, which is okay. So in order to have the return ticket to your country, the most direct flight, okay, and we are not talking about the business class, okay? We're talking about economy class, okay? You have to, one of the conditions that you have to, is that you have to complete the thesis and submit to the following journals, okay? So for postgraduate, I think your on-campus manager will remind you that. But since it's related to your returning ticket, I think you definitely for sure will bear this in mind. And I have to tell you that I don't know how the system works, but some student will come to me and say, I forgot the password to those journal website, but I did submit it. But do you think I bought it? No. So if I don't see the proof and we don't see the paper that fit our standards, we won't approve the returning ticket. And I'm not kidding. So think about, I think because COVID-19, all your ticket to Taiwan this year has been like a double or even triple. So I'm not sure the situation after 2 years, but I assume at least to Latin American, for example, 50,000, at least 60,000 at least. So think about you have to come up with your own ticket home. You don't want to, right? So don't fight against the rule, the regulation, because other people can do it, you definitely can do it. Okay, so no excuse for, I forgot the password, I did submit it, but I don't see the paper, how can I believe you? Okay, good. Next one. And also, this is what I was talking about for scholarship recipient who successfully graduated before the end of August. What in short, we will provide you with one economy class, right? Single trip plane ticket for the most direct flight back to your home country following your graduation. So meaning, if you like to take a detour, you like to make your way back, like a circle and way back to your country, no. We cannot afford that, in short. So you'll be amazed like how many students now ask for, I want to stop by in the UK. I want to stop by in Europe. Kids, this is scholarship, okay, not charity, not luxury trip, okay, kid? So, yeah, so remember that, okay? Second, for, you probably know that you have a 1 year you can stay in Taiwan after your graduation. But if you decide to use the ticket, you don't have to use the ticket right away. You're at graduation, you still have a year of waiting time. So, but no later than August 31st of the following year, saying that if you graduate this year, you can until the August 31st, 2023, you can use the ticket. But once past the time, no, okay? And I mean it. We will enforce the regulation very strictly because it's all about money, all about finance. Because you use this one, it might affect another one's right and the money that we like to spend to other arrangement. So make sure that you mark this in mind. Okay, good. Next one. This is less pleasant part, but equally important, because why I decide to emphasize all this termination scholarship. It's all in your consent form in terms of program advisory. So engaging in any forms of employment and not compliant with the Employment Service Act or other relevant regulation. You are allowed to have internship or part-time job during your study in Taiwan, but there is always but you have to work permit. Okay, otherwise you'll be, I don't know how to say in English. If you don't work without any work permit, but you get the idea, right? It's not illegal. So if you get caught, boys, you are in big trouble. Because being a TaiwanICDF scholarship recipient doesn't give you any right to get away from those things, saying that, oh, I can work without any work permit, I can fight against the national laws. No. We will never fight against the school regulation nor the national law. The national law is always coming above us. So think about it. If you go outside and you decide to take a part-time job and the employer say that, oh, we don't want you, we don't do the work permit here, it's too much trouble, walk away. Because that kind of boss, they won't give you the wages you earned. They will deduct the money first. So don't do that. And they probably won't give you the insurance doing the work. So think about it, okay? So make sure you have a proper and decent and legal part-time job, okay? Second, violating the law in Taiwan, as I say, it's a very common one. It's not wearing masks, the law and the special law during pandemic, as well as the sexual harassment, okay? But I think this one is easy to follow because Taiwan law is not that special. It's not the right word to say it. Because our law is like you can imagine the old-fashioned and classic crime, like no killing, okay? No homicide. So not so hard to imagine, right? Okay, the third one, hey, congratulations, you're participating in program orientation. Congratulations, okay. So, but you see the register for your program in time without reasonable cost. Because we do have cases that pass the registered time and demand that they want to go back to school. But I can assure you that both school and program and on-campus manager, before they take any action, they would have contact you several times and make sure whether you are coming back to school. So for that, I'm going to give the school the benefit of doubt. If any one of you come to me and say, I did report it to the school, I did, but I'm sure they have contacted you several times. So make sure if you want to leave the school or you want to take a short break of the program, but you decide to come back later, make sure you have a well communication channel with your on-campus manager or your program as well. Okay? Next. And for the the next one is the unsatisfactory academic performance. This is a 70 out of 100, not 1,000. Okay, don't worry. 70 for undergraduate is 70 out of 100, and for postgraduate is 80 out of 1,000. 100, sorry, 80 out of 100. Okay. Not that difficult, because every time I see you a grades report, everyone passed it. And if you study hard, if you struggle, if you don't understand, you can always go to your teacher or professor or faculty member as soon as you have encountered any academic problems. If you have any situation, contact them. Okay, just don't wait until the end of the semester and say, oh God, I think I failed. You won't, I've been student before. If you mess up the first test, you probably have the first warning, then you have a quick response, okay? Because you fail, it's quite heavy. I mean, it's about termination of your scholarship, okay? Okay, as a fail exactly, or more than one half the all module that you select to study across 2 consecutive semesters. So there's one trick when I was a student. If I heard about the teacher is really tough, it's a tough cookie, and it's like a mean undergrades, I won't select the class. Joke aside, okay. Make sure that you finish, but some people say, I want to finish all my module in 1 or 2 semesters. Don't give it too much pressure, because sometimes it's too much for you to handle, okay? Because you are all here. You just been here. You have a new environment to adapt, people to meet, event to go to, like people to mingle, you know. So make sure you take the bite you can chew, okay? The next one, transferring to another field of study, as I mentioned. Even is also within the TaiwanICDF scholarship scope. Say, I want to transfer to program A, I want to transfer to program B. The program B also provided by TaiwanICDF scholarship. No. Okay. You signed up, you finish it. Okay, or you can just quit. But we don't really encourage that. We wish that, because you know how many people fight for your spots? And how many people write to us saying that, do I have the second chance to have any one of you review my application? So cherish this opportunity, because a lot of people are not that fortunate enough to be here. Okay, next one. Okay, so being found causing reputation damage to Taiwan or Taiwan. Oh, this one is actually, that's why I asked you to sign up for the Telegram. Because we, at TaiwanICDF, we encouraged healthy communication dialogues. Instead of like cursing online. I think the regulation, not regulation, the advice is actually for both on campus and when you work. So if you have any problem, you can write to us. You can DM through Telegram. If you wish to anonymous, you can also write to any ICDF specialist or your on-campus manager. But I don't really recommend you go online and raging, saying that Taiwan ICDF is a blah, 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 lousy one, blah, 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 blah. Because I promise you the backfire is always going back to you. So if you want to be a responsible and matured adult, we deal with the misunderstanding or the conflict with mature adult way. Okay, we encourage healthy dialects. Okay. Being found recurring misconduct. Okay, misconduct can be wide a range. Okay, but I think everything I mentioned above, you understand it. So I won't have a further addressing on it. Okay, next one. Thank you. Okay, so in short, this one is saying that if we have any misunderstanding, Taiwan ICDF will hold the ultimate right, reserve the right to do the final decision. Okay, this is also in your consent form. It's too late to say sorry. Too late to say, oh, I don't want to sign it anymore. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, good. So this is just a takeaway, not assignment, but for you. I would say if I study in another country, I would suggest, I would hope to learn the language and the culture local, to help you better fit in the environment. So for you, I would suggest that learn Mandarin and embrace the Taiwanese culture. Okay, be open-minded. And as I say, because we are coming from different backgrounds, being respectful is never wrong to be someone's friend at the first step. And also study hard and play hard. And let me see, do we have more? Oh no, okay. So I think, yeah. So that's the end of my overview of Taiwan ICDF introduction. So thank you. Can I give applause? Okay. 对对对，在这里。对。哦，是。不会。So we are now welcoming our ambassador, our very special guest, to come inside, and some of you will have a lunch with them. Yeah, and also in the meantime, I'd like to show the video. 不要哈。你帮校长带回。没有，要先介绍，先介绍。那两个位置是谁？ Okay. Okay, before we move on, we have several special guests to join us today. So to begin with, I would like to especially announce that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Secretary General of the TaiwanICDF, Ambassador Xiang Tianyi. Please, Ambassador, please wave to everyone. And we do have a camera over there. We do have a camera over there. It's for the participant who cannot attend in person today. So you can wave to the camera. Okay, so welcome. And next, we'd like to welcome Ambassador Rudy Stanley Penn, Republic of Haiti, to wave to us. Okay, welcome. And next, please welcome Ambassador Robert Kennedy Lewis from St. Lucia, and welcome. And next, we'd like to welcome Ambassador Fleitas from Republic of Paraguay. And next, we'd like to welcome Representative Mohammed Omar Moham, the Republic of Somaliland. And next, we'd like to welcome Councilor Juan Carlos Barahona, the Republic of Honduras. And next, we'd like to welcome Councilor Shelby and Danny, St. Vincent and Grenadines. And last but not least, we would like to especially welcome the president of the host university, the National Taipei University of the Arts, President Chen Kai-Huang. And thank you all for the guests coming to join us for this 2022 orientation. And for the next part, I would like to especially welcome Secretary General Ambassador Xiang Tianyi to give us the opening remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
(2022) TaiwanICDF Scholarship recipients, ambassadors, members of the Development Corps, President Chen, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the TaiwanICDF, I welcome you all to the International Higher Education Scholarship Program orientation for the class of 2022, either on site or online. It gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome 199 talented students from 30 countries to Taiwan who are going to pursue better future for themselves and their countries. It is exciting as well to see you all in person, since the orientation the last 2 years have been canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As the pandemic has not been completely contained, back to normal therefore take more time and preparation. With the support of universities and our foreign missions, we gather here today. TaiwanICDF is the foreign aid agency of Taiwan. Capacity building or human resource development is one of the most important elements of the agency, supporting our partner countries for their social and economic development. TaiwanICDF Scholarship Program is the scheme for serving that purpose, hoping to equip future leaders with degrees in the fields of development, ensuring our partner countries have the technical capacity in their government, private sector, civil society in dealing with their development issues. You are chosen because you are intelligent, motivated, and full of potential for the future. Choosing TaiwanICDF scholarship, nevertheless, it is the smartest decision you have ever made. Your study in Taiwan will not only be valuable to your personal development, it is valuable to the development of your country after graduation. Your life in Taiwan will be an amazing experience because it provides you with opportunity, blending in a society that is innovative, diverse, energetic, warm, and friendly. I assure you that a rich and colorful life is waiting for you as you keep your mind open and appreciate the differences in the individual from diverse cultural and ethnic background. For taking care of you, the TaiwanICDF and universities have an organized and functional mechanism to support you while studying in Taiwan. Today, some members of the diplomatic corps are here with us. I believe there will be a source of support as well. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my appreciation to all universities who have worked with us for the success of this scholarship program, and also thank Taipei National University of Art for assisting us with the arrangement of this orientation in its beautiful campus. Lastly, I close my remarks by a quote: "Education is the passport for the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Class of 2022, may the next few years, with the passport, take you on a remarkable journey of discovery that begins now. Congratulations and welcome." Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General of TaiwanICDF, Ambassador Zhang, to give us the open remarks. Next, I would like to welcome Ambassador Rudy Stanley Pent from Republic of Haiti to give us a few words. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
A little bit confused. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Timothy Xuang, Secretary General of ICDF, Mr. Kai Yuangshen, President of the Taipei National University of Arts, dear ambassadors, Excellency ambassadors, dear representatives, all members of the diplomatic corps, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I remember when they asked to give this remark, they just gave me like 3 minutes. That means I have to be short and maybe attend the expectation because it's an orientation. It's an event annually held to orient like those who benefit scholarship from ICDF. And it's something very important because particularly for us in Haiti and many of these Caribbean countries, we have this agreement with Taiwan, MOFA and ICDF, where we benefit scholarship, and it's something very important and valuable for the corporation. We think for Haiti in particular, more than 30 years, we send students here in Taiwan, not only to study, but this is one of the main part, but also to discover the Asian and particularly the Chinese culture. We have many, many things to learn from that civilization. And I think it's an opportunity that every students come from another countries, another continent, to like benefit from, because the Chinese civilization has so many things to share that we can learn from and get also advantage from. This orientation, I think it's opportunity for those who come to get contact with those who are already here, benefit from the scholarship. I think you will benefit from it and get advantage, as I said, and I think you like good luck because it's a new opportunity for you. Good luck, and good luck in your career, and particularly in this new opportunity which is offered to you by ICDF. Thank you very much, and I hope that it was short as they expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And next, we would like to welcome President Chen Kai-huang to give us a few words. And please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Chen.
Okay. Dear ambassadors and representatives, Secretary General Xiang, Deputy Secretary General Li, Director Tsai, and of course, Taiwan ICDF scholarship students. Good morning, everyone. I am Chen Kai-huang, President of Taipei National University of the Arts. On behalf of the faculty and students, I'm thrilled to warmly welcome you all and to have the pleasure of your company this morning. Thank you, ICDF, for this wonderful opportunity to show more people this beautiful campus. Here we are, the 200 seats movie theater with Dolby sound systems for 35 millimeters and 4K film screenings. It has been 11 years since the start of our International Master of the Arts program in cultural and creative industries. I would like to thank ICDF and Your Excellency again for your support and encouragement throughout the years. This October, we celebrate the university's 40th anniversary, embracing art and sustainability. An array of events and performances will take place at our professional concert hall, dance theater, Center for Art and Technology, Guangzhou Museum of Fine Arts. Just to name a few, most importantly, you are cordially invited to join them and honor us with your presence. I want to end my remarks by wishing the students a delightful and fulfilling study life in Taiwan, despite the heat and pandemic. Pay us a visit at your leisure because TNU campus is open to everyone. Or apply for our master's and PhD programs, degrees in the future. We have School of Music, Fine Arts, Theater Arts, Dance, Film and New Media, Cultural Resources, Humanities, and last but not least, Music and Image Transdisciplinary Program. Thank you. Bonjour et bienvenue dans cette campus. Je souhaite vous tous pouvez passer une très bonne journée à notre université. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, President Chen, for the kind words. And we have 3 more guests I would like to especially introduce. First, ladies and gentlemen, and please join me to welcome Ambassador Promise Sensembiso and BC, the Kingdom of Eswatini. Would you like to stand up and wave to everyone? Okay. And next, I'd like to welcome Deputy Chief and Janet Celes and Jay, the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Oh, not yet? No, right. Okay. It's okay. Let's move on. So, next we like to introduce Councillor Hugo Sonic from Republic of Guatemala. Would you like to stand up and wave to everyone? Okay. Good. So that's the end of the morning session. Before we move on to the lunch session, I know you probably have been very hungry. Okay. So I'd like to kindly remind everyone that afternoon session will start at 1:20. So be returned on time, okay? On time, okay? If you miss the termination, okay? Termination of scholarship I just mentioned, okay? Everyone be videotaping, don't go away, okay? So, okay, so I'd like to ask everyone to have a group photo. So if you like to groom your hair, I don't know if the mask helps, okay? Groom your hair, and that's good. So, I don't know if I say smile, it will help because everyone is wearing mask. But you can all see the photographer, right? So can everyone? 你们可以喊一下吗？就是好。Oh, okay. Paparazzi, okay. Good, okay. So, okay. Again, before we moving on to the lunch part, I'd like to also reminder from our host university that you can only consume the water, no other beverage here, okay? So if you leave, please take your beverage with you, okay? So first, everyone remain seated. Oh. When I call your country, please follow your ambassador and follow the staff here, so your lunch will be taken care of, okay? So first, I would like to ask the student from Haiti and also Ambassador Haiti, Ambassador Rudy Stanley Pan, would you and the fellow Haiti students follow the staff? Okay. Every other people remain seated, okay? And also next, St. Lucia, yes, please. And the scholars, the students of St. Lucia and also the Ambassador Robert Kennedy Lewis, please follow the staff. Remember, return at 1:20 and take your beverage with you. Thank you. And next is the Kingdom of Swatini. Okay, so would the students of Kingdom of Swatini, along with the ambassador, promise Simbasiso and CP? Please follow our staff. Promise. No, I can just say your promise. I don't. Do I pronounce your name correctly? Simbasiso. Is it I googled it. You know, I googled it. I pressed it. Pronounce it. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. Okay. And next is.
Everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The afternoon sessions will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated and silence your cell phone. Food and beverage are not allowed in the venue, so please do not bring inside. Thank you.有王红那个最左边那一只，
这个是最左边的，
这个是有的。
我们两个拿的是满的，I think I will answer the question that been raised through Menti before we officially start the afternoon session. I will answer the question very quickly. One student asking me about the national health insurance. Well, the condition is that you have to live in Taiwan for consecutive 6 months consecutively. Then you have effective national health insurance that is equivalent to native Taiwanese. But given the situation, you have been living in Taiwan for 6 consecutive months. Okay, once you leave Taiwan, you have to recount it again. But further details about the insurance, I would suggest you talk to your on-campus manager. Okay, the other question is about what is about? Oh, the exchange program. Because the question is about if I'm not mistaken, question about if you pay your own tuition fee, can you keep your student status? If you can pay your tuition fees, then I'll suggest maybe you don't need a scholarship. So it's kind of, so the only way you want to keep the scholarship recipient status and remain study would be stay in a scholarship program. And if you think otherwise, then we have to go through it case by case. Okay. Other than that, if you decide to join another program or exchange program that require you to finish your school other than Taiwan or other, then you have to choose in between, okay? And the last question is about the long-term job through like a long-distance job. For me, as I emphasize, as long as you work in Taiwan and for Taiwan company, you have to follow the Taiwan employment law and related regulation. Other than that, I would say it all comes to the company you work for, if they have any enforcement or any kind of regulation. And also, I'd like to remind you that even if you think that if you want to keep your part-time job or any job that provide you extra incomes, which is okay, but I have to remind you, you have to maintain your school. You have to maintain your school performance. Your school performance always comes first. Okay, don't ever say that I want to earn money, so I quit my school, or I only want to meet the minimal requirement. Don't be. That is not the purpose that we provide a scholarship for. Okay, so that's for the question in the morning session. So I see everyone is here, and we are now happy to announce that we are going to have an afternoon session. For this afternoon session, we have 4 speakers, and the first session, the topic is about Fresh in Taiwan, Learn, Eat, and Travel. And we are honored to have 2 wonderful scholarship recipients here to share the experience with us. One is Sunny, and she is from Thailand. And the other one is Li Ming, who is from Honduras. And Sunny will go first. So without any further delay, let's give her a big hand and welcome Sunny from Thailand.
Thank you so much, Christine, for lovely introductions. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, do you feel sleepy? Yes? All right, I hope my presentation not make you guys feel more sleepy. Okay, so nice to meet you all. First of all, I would like to say congratulations for all of you ICDF recipient 2020. And I'm Sunny from Thailand. I am ICDF recipient 2020. I say wrong, right? 2022 for you guys. Sorry for mistakes. All right, maybe I feel nervous. All right. So yes, I was graduate from IHRD, International Human Resource Development from NTNU. Well, let's see how my master journey life shaped me. Next. Actually, I would say it's amazing, awesome, and memorable, and it's an adventure. So I would say if I summarize my past experience within 15 to 20 minutes is not that easy, but try my best. Next. So in past 2 years, I have enjoyed my program. I met a lot of new friends from all around the world. My classmates, they are from Honduras. Who else from Honduras? I guess that's only me. You know, so yeah, hi online friends. Hola. Yes, from Vietnam. In this room, who are? Xin chào. Actually, I only practice for 2 languages for today. Yes. So from Thailand, me, Malaysia, Taiwanese friend, Russia, Belize, hi. Yeah, Hungary. Yes. I met a lot of nice and very supportive friends. And except from that, all of my life within 2 years in Taiwan, without support from professor, I could not be that very happy and energetic like today. So I can say that my life in my program is very fun and very help to fulfill my expectations. Next. Not only we learn through in the classroom, but we join a lot, like several activities together with my classmates, such as the end year party, New Year party, and Christmas party. I remember this one, I and my classmate, we went to Panqiao. Actually, in Panqiao, every years, they will have Christmas light decorations. I highly recommend you guys to visit once. It's very amazing. You can have a ton beautiful photo there. The light is very beautiful. And that year, I remember the theme that they decoration was Disney, and that is one of my favorite cartoons. So yeah, I visit with my classmates and we have dinner together. Next. Yeah, so during NTNU, we also have a lot of activity in our school, such as IHRD sport. So we join the parade. We're chasing our IHRD slogan, IHRD, we are sweating, IHRD, we are awesome. Yes, and a couple weeks later on, we all were on the bus with our professor, directly heading to the Yilan to make the traditional pancakes. Yeah, so I think you will have a lot of chance to try that one. In Chinese, maybe they call tan ping. So it's also one of my favorite one. Next. Moreover, in our school, I enrich a lot of my professional skills and experience because our school engage us to join a lot of activity outside school. Like this one was one of amazing experience for me. And at that time, I was a team lead, collaborate with my team worker. They are from Indonesia, Vietnam, and we joined the hackathon event, which is we need to spend like within limit times. In that period, only 3 days, and we need to brainstorm, thinking about one idea under the theme like localized digital service innovations. And that time, we also got the prize 10,000 NTD. Is it good being student and we also can earn as well, right? Yeah, so I guess, yeah, our school in Taiwan really encourage students to join, like participate a lot of activity both inside and outside school. And another one is the food festival in NTNU. We also have, I and my friends, my bestie, Stella, I wish she could be here with me. But yeah, she's busy today, so just only me here. And we do the small startup business together. I sell Thai and Vietnamese snack and food. In that time, where we like literally be a small entrepreneur, we need to think about the business plan, enjoy the event we sell, and yeah, we also do online marketing. It's very fun, and this experience was unique, and it makes me feel that I can see a lot of possibility. So feel free to reach our channels. Even though right now we just like temporary course, but in the future we will open soon. So stay tuned. Yeah, Thai cuisine. Yeah. All right, next. So I have a short clip video to show you guys how much fun and was happy we were in the classroom. This is International Management, Dr. Lu class. So yeah, our friend from Honduras, she just brought the coffee bean and make coffee in the class. How chill we were, right? Can drink coffee and then read article. So fun surrounding with this type of crazy people. Yes, coffee. All right. Yeah, Ethel from Honduras. She also ICDF recipient. How do you guys feel? I feel thirsty now. I want to drink coffee. All right, next. Yeah, thinking back, throw back to that time, it's every time fill me with warmth, and all cherished memories I have been spent 2 years is in this priceless. I'm very happy, and friendship and everything support along with professor, faculty, ICDF manager, Tracy. Yeah, so I can say that being ICDF recipient is awesome. Yeah, and especially support from financials from ICDF program. So it's cool. Yeah, you guys are the best. Yeah. So next. Well, actually, this is just only some places that I have been to in Taiwan during 2 years. So I could not put all of them in one screen, but just only some. I can say that in Taiwan have a lot of beautiful natural places you can visit. Like in here, it's Jiufen. So it's very easy to commute there from Taipei. You just can take like the bus or train to go there. And very beautiful, have a lot of spot you can take photo. Fulong, the sand sculpture, every year they will have the theme. So of course I like Disney. For sure I will go there and take photo, go with my friend and enjoy the beach. And many places, Taipei, Chiang Shan Mountain. This one is the beginning track for people who want to try to climb up the mountain. I highly recommend to try the Chiang Shan, and you can have like beautiful photo with like behind you will have the Taipei 101. It's so cool. Yeah, and many places, Hualien, Sifen, the waterfall, and Taichung that we go with ICDF trip. All of this is so fun. I could not say or like how to express my feeling within one page, but I know that you guys can perceive how fun and how much wonderful I have. Next. Yeah. Not only that, I joy and participate another program that I also have a chance to visit the local school, and also in the meantime, I can travel around Taiwan as well. This program is very good opportunity for me to interact with local students and also know the local food, traditional. Yeah, so it is international companion for learning. We will exchange our experience and our traditional in Thai and Taiwanese, so we can learn more how we do traditional in Taiwan. Next. Yeah, so in the school they will bring us to several places like this. I can take the boat and see the sunset, the sky, and blow with the wind. Is so fun. Next. And go to Hsinchu. Yeah, also learn new cultures in Hsinchu and also play with the kids. Next. This is I go to Taichung. I joined this program, so I have a lot of chance to talk with the kids and play with them. And this time we was making the biscuit, like maybe traditional Taiwanese biscuit. Next. And the last trip I went to the Penghu. This is, oh my God, very awesome experience, because since I've been here 2 years already, I haven't taken airplane back to Thailand, but this is the first time that I take airplane to Penghu, and I was so excited. Yeah, and we go, Penghu Island is so beautiful. I will, for sure, I will go back once again. Next. Yeah, for talking about food in Taiwan, especially Taipei, I think it's very easy to find a lot, like various international food in here. Yeah, so you won't feel bored in Taiwan. So Japan, Korean, Turkish, or India, even Thai, you also can find that. Even though it's not that authentic, but I bet that you will have new experience that they adapt the taste with local. Yeah, so you can find like Vietnamese in Taiwan with local taste, with Taiwanese local taste. Yeah. So, actually, came to Taiwan, you must try bubble milk tea. If you never ever try it, let's try, and you will love it. If you come here and you don't try bubble milk tea, that means you never been here. So I want to ask Limi, how was it? This is the famous store in Taichung, right?
Well, being Latino and being a coffee lover, it was really good. I was waiting for that buzz that coffee does in the morning, at noon, in the evening, in afternoon. You see, Latinos, we will relate, especially Western culture, like how much coffee is for us and other countries. But tea, it wasn't that easy to adapt to see tea shops everywhere. But it's definitely been incredible once you get the hang of the bubble tea. In this case, this was my first time, and I accidentally got a double size. So you can see I actually had enough to enjoy and to taste, so it was really good.
And one more experience you want to share with them about first time hot pot in Taiwan. What happened? Let's tell them.
So we had a little, as you can see, it's a great privilege for me to share this this moment with one of my besties. I do hope that you also find your besties and your crowd here. And they took me to a hot pot. It's a very traditional place. You will always see hot pots everywhere. And it turns out that she was the one asking me if I like it. Like, I had a little situation where there's a stove in the bottom of the table, and it's supposed to keep the soup warm. And I didn't know. It's a total cultural difference. It's a shock. I didn't know, and I didn't understand the gesture of turn on, turn on. And I'm like, what is this lady telling me? Because she's like, turn on, turn on. I'm like, no, why are you telling me to turn on? I didn't get it. I didn't get it. So I was a little embarrassed to ask, and I start eating the soup.
Without turning on. So raw shrimp that she ate, and I thought, Limmy, do you like hot pot in Taiwan? She still keep like very, yes, I do. And every time I ask her to go hot pot, sorry, I'm busy. Sorry, I have class. And don't you say you like hot pot? But yeah, I can note her accidentally explain that what happened.
So that's when I get catch up in a very important event. And trust me, it will be something important. If you get to meet somebody's parents after graduations, after a special event, they are really part of tradition. So it comes to, again, she's the one. Livy, what hot pot are you picking? This one. Okay, and this and that. And they always did that gesture. And I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
And then she's like, but then this time she stayed on the table next to me, and she's like, Livy, how come the cabbage is raw, the shrimps are raw? What do you like to like steam? Do you like 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 with me you can have like half cut, really roasted, and like you like raw? And I'm like, huh?
Yeah, not
it's
cooked
chummy.
well.
And she's
not
like,
cooked well.
And she's like, Limi, but you forgot to turn on the stove. And I'm like, really? So all this time I've been drinking the hot pot cold.
Yeah, so don't forget to turn on the stove before you eat hot pot in Taiwan. All right, guys? Yeah, so this is all of my presentations today, and maybe next slide. Yeah, actually, it's supposed to be the clip video that I play rafting with my friend in Hualien, but yeah, it's okay. So an adventure is calling, just accept or decline. So treading your path, create your own journey, and enjoy your story. So let's go out there and enjoy your journey in Taiwan. Congratulations, guys!
So I would just like for it to stay a little bit here before you put my presentation. Sunny, it's been a privilege to get to know you. She's actually my senior. Yeah. A year ago I was a freshman like you guys, but now I'm the new senior. And if you get at the end of your experience, if you get this picture, it's just 4 girls sharing their dorm. These are the girls that started last September 2020. They shared their dorm. They created experience. I know you guys cried. I know you cried. You laughed. You party, because we party hard. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we study hard and play harder,
yes,
you guys.
Play. I keep confusing play with party. Yeah. I keep confusing play with party. I think now ICDF is going to be like, those girls.
We play, all right?
We play. So if at the end of your experience you get that picture, even if it's 4, even if it's 1 more person that you consider your best friend, your sister, your brother, consider yourself lucky. Because this is exactly the next part. What happens next? We all have 24 months. We all have 2 years. I guess even only if you do PhD or if you do something else, you actually get like extra. But we all have the time counted. And you'll say like, well, this is my second year, but no. It goes fast. It's just the first month. It's just the first month that goes really slow. The next one, nah. You're gonna see. You're gonna see it's gonna be quick. So we are here to tell you, because ICDF is looking at me, enjoy your experience. Study hard, work hard, grow professionally. This is all about building your career from day one. Yes, study hard. That's why we say study hard first.
Priority. Study hard.
Study hard because that's the point. That's the point where it all starts. Study hard, and from your day one, please start updating your LinkedIn. Because when you leave, and sometimes you think, oh, in the second year, the job. No. It's the first year, and they're already checking on you like, hey, there's an internship. We like how you think. You think totally different. Can you bring that vibe to our workplace? And I know there's another person that will talk about internship, but please start updating your career and think the big future that's coming for you. So as we start my presentation, I would like to give a round of applause. Congratulations, guys. This is for you. It's amazing, but it cannot happen. And for this one, I do want a big round of applause. We would like to thank, especially from seniors and new seniors, we would like to thank ICDF staff and program managers and everybody that makes this actually happen. So thank you. So my name is Lini, and I told my mom about this moment. And as you've heard before from Sunny, I'm Latin. And Latins, we have a little issue. I got actually 2. 3. Oh, no, I don't want to keep counting. We have a little issue. 1, we make friends really fast. We make friends really fast because we're very talkative. And we can talk, and we can even talk with the wall. Like, we'll just talk. And so, because we talk, Latins are so vibe. You hear our music, you hear everything. We kind of talk fast. So my mom is like, remember, talk slow and talk in time. And I'm like, yes, mommy, I will. But for me, it was really shocking when I realized, and I would not realize like my Caribbean friends, they're also just like me. They're happy like me. And I'm like, oh, I feel like brothers and sisters. Like Honduras and Belize, we're also close by. And I'm like, oh, I feel somebody next to me, because for my program, there's only 1 Honduran per year. So that's why I was like, oh no, where's the Hondurans? Where's the Salvador? Where are the other Latinos? And the girls are like, oh, you also do that? We do that. And I'm like, that's where you start connecting. When I came, I was really scared, and I let a lot of things scare me, especially the language. If we start my next slide, I think, as I was telling you, you all have 2 years, and you can all study. Oh, she's not here. Now we can say you can all study, and you can finish your degree. But what really matters is what you do on the extra time. We're all expected to finish. We all need to finish. That's a must. But the plus is what you do with the extra hours. We know we're going to have amazing classmates. We already get to know them a little bit. But what about the extra part? What do you do after? What does the university environment provide you? Or what else do you look for? And that was really important for me. What do I do next? So as in Fresh in Taiwan, we need to think global and have that local touch. Please be open to experience Taiwan, to learn Taiwan, to taste Taiwan. Because I was really scared.
Without like open on the stove.
Yes. Please be. I still think this is money. I don't know. For me, this is money. What you guys do this?
is like mini heart.
This is a heart?
Yeah.
For me, this is money. And I'm like, oh, they really love money because they keep doing this. I love money. And that was really wide open. I didn't know that was not money. That was actually a heart. And I still keep thinking, and they're like, and we were in a group picture, and they were like this and this and this, and I shout, I scream, yes, now let's do the money. The money? Lumi, that's not money, that is love. Yeah, we all love money. That's why. And they're like, no, love feeling. Oh, it's money. So I think out of Taiwan, as thinking fresh, you do need to start checking out your extracurricular activities, your student clubs and sports and cultural events. And you will say, well, cultural events, yeah, you want us to talk about our country and show off. And I'm like, no, you know what? One of the biggest challenges that you actually get is not learning Taiwan or experiencing Taiwan. It's what you actually left behind. It's being homesick. That is the real problem. Because your identity as a Latin, as a Caribbean, as an Asian, as a African, as American, starts popping in. And it's like, what's going on? Like, what's really going on? I'm sorry about my coffee. My coffee's not strong enough here. And I have to check out and I have to look for new places. So you start connecting back to your roots. And you feel proud. And when you least expect it, you are an ambassador. You are an ambassador of your country. So if we follow to the next presentation. Thank you. So my best advice, I don't know what you want to do. I know we all want to travel. My program manager is there in the corner, and she knows that as soon as she gave me the money, my first allowance, I asked her, like, where can I go? And she's like, it's raining. Yeah, but where can I go? So we go inside, like, where can I go? And she's like, don't you have to put your dorm together? Don't you have to buy something, like, more important? Yeah, but I want to know how to travel Taiwan. And you get to see the MRT, you get lost in there, you get lost in the bus. My best friend was actually Google. Google really, believe it or not, I never in my life, I thought that Google Translate, Google Meets, Google Maps will be helping you. If you've ever been in Latin America, I don't think Google Maps work. It's a mess. Because you really get lost even if you really try to get it because our streets are not organized. They go in circles or really wide ways. But Taiwan is really organized on transportation system. So don't worry about that. You'll get there. Even if it's a party, yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. You'll definitely get there. Taiwan is really friendly. And yes. Yes, I have issue with my Chinese because I can't do the tones. I still think I say chi da because my school's Chinese name is chi da and TNU. But they all tell me, what are you saying? What are you saying? And I'm chi da. And they're like, no, it's the other tone, chi da. I'm like, but it still sounds the same. So if you ever get lost, just give them your NTNU, your student ID, and they'll know where to take you because it has happened before. But my country is extremely, extremely dangerous. And I don't have to tell you nothing about my country. You just have to check Narcos or any Netflix series. You check it out. You just put Latin in Netflix, and they all have the same pattern, so don't worry. So for me, Taiwan was actually really safe. I remember the first time I walked 30 minutes the wrong way. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm so late, it's evening. If my mom knew I was here alone walking in the streets of Taiwan, she will kill me. And that really catches up. Like the point where you say, oh, I can go here, I can walk there. So Taiwan really makes it very, very safe to travel. So please, if you want the beach, if you want the mountains, start checking your hobbies because you will definitely have that opportunity to excel on your trips. So that's where my best advice is, please check out your universities. Your project manager, she already knows what student clubs have the, I can say like international traveling or international clubs. And even if it's a Chinese club, I'll get there. That's how you learn Chinese. At least you start saying due. If you start answering back with due with yes, you're good. Or if you start saying thank you, it's okay. Unfortunately, Global Papa Go is a Chinese student club. So they mention, mostly they speak Chinese. And I noticed that they were trying to go with the English and because of me. And I'm like, no, you know what? Don't worry. Just talk. If I get lost, you'll see my face, and then you explain to me. But you'll be very expert on sign language, because most of them is there, 2, 1. So please travel. Please don't let the language make a barrier. Don't make the language stop you from traveling. because I remember my first meeting that I got by accident in Global Papa Go, and it was all Chinese because they didn't know I was there. And they were always like crying, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But it looks like they're going to go to a lot of places. And then they realize, and they're like, what are you doing here? I'm like, oh, I want to travel. I want to travel Taiwan. And just, quite note, Global Papa Go has different names in each university. So that's why I'm like, make sure which is the name or which is the organization that dedicates to show you Taiwan around. So it was, if you can see, they do have a lot of international representation. That as time pops them up, there's a lot of international students from the Mandarin Training Center that joins the club. So they got more international vibes. So it was nice to travel around, and they got you. And I remember this was like the first step that I needed to actually travel around. The second is when you get friends that are also crazy and adventurous, like Sunny, and you see that she just goes all over Taiwan, and I'm like, you know what? I'll go next to you. I want to travel too. So you gotta find friends, your classmates. Somebody's gonna take you out. And the most important part is, if you don't go in a group, just go alone. Don't worry. See, now she's looking at me. She's gonna be like, too much partying, too much playing, too much traveling. But yes, that's the advantage of Taiwan. Now, if we go to the next step, so student clubs and sports. How do you start? It's really easy. You just got to remember what you used to like when you were in your country. If you play soccer, football, please come back and find a club. If you play basketball, if you play chess, you know, there's a lot of people, like international students, that they're like, you know what? There's a lot of martial arts that I see in the movies, and this is where I'm going to learn. And I'm like, yes, you're right. This is where we're going to learn. And please, my country doesn't have too much tennis courts. We don't have golf courses. We don't have that much boxing. And this is the part where I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. I even told Sunny, let's go. It's a girls' boxing day. So you need to start somewhere. But I never thought I was going to start hiking. As I can say, my country is it's a little different from security-wise. So you can't just walk and pick up a mountain. And Taiwan has a lot of clubs. It has a club of everything, chess, badminton. You choose. Like, really check out what your university has or what a sports center has, and try a sport. Why? Because you need to keep yourself distracted, healthy, excited. Something needs to excite you. And we don't know what. If it's traveling, if it's food, if it's a sport, if it's a hobby. And why? Because it's definitely interesting. The cultural difference, that's another thing. That's another story. But actually, the best conversations start with a cultural difference. Like a hot pot. Yes. From a Western perspective, I don't... I'm trying. I can taste the food, but it's not going to be my last meal on earth. Like, I still have to try. I'm still scared of how will it taste. I'm still enjoying things. And there are things that I'm like, oh, is that the thing that has the raw egg inside? Like, you still got to check, and it's normal. The process is normal. Don't force it. Don't force the process to fit in, because we all have different process. We all have different ways of contacting, of reacting, of connecting. And most of the times I'm like, I found this place. If you find the best tacos in Taiwan, please let me know. I have a place, but it's very expensive. So she knows I really like to be there a lot. And I like to try different restaurants from different places. And it's amazing, especially if you have cultural fairs. That's where you see a lot of stuff. So please, stay with eyes wide open. You'll find a lot of your food. You'll find a lot of different food. I'm a fan of Vietnamese. I'm a fan of Thai, Indonesian, and I'm like, oh, wow. You can see that's totally different. I don't find corn tortillas in Taiwan. So that's where for the first time, I grab a bag and I start preparing them myself. And they were not the same. I still miss my mom. I miss my mom a lot. But try. The best part is when you try. And I think there's a lot of cultures in Taiwan. There's a lot of diverse cultures in a lot of different countries that have made that little space and representation. I do believe that there are other countries that are way more affordable because they find their food, they find their spices. And I'm like, oh, what about me? But that hasn't stopped me. You still keep trying. You still keep enjoying Taiwan. And that was from my perspective, because it's really different. It's a total different culture. I can't do the chopsticks. I can't have spaghetti with a chopstick. I have to look for a fork. And I was like, oh my God, I need forks. And then some people is like, why do you need forks? The chopsticks does that. And I'm like, no, I can't. I can't roll that. I can't roll it. I'm sorry. So it's okay. It's okay. And it's actually perfect that you still want to do that blending. We're not substituting nothing. We're actually blending. We're welcoming a new culture and sharing oars. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, extracurricular activities. I think Taiwan, that's the part where you realize, like, oh yeah, she didn't lie. She does talk a lot. Taiwan really has this little part where if they see that you have a talent, they would immediately tell you. I think because we're used to our culture, there's a lot of things that we're like, oh, I can't do it, or no, this is something that I would never do in my country. And here they're like, you know what? You're really good talking. You're really good partying and playing and having fun. Like, would you like to tell your story? And it all started with the Taiwan National Education Radio. They invited me to tell the story, and they kept cracking. Because I told them that something that really shocked me about Taiwan, it's the dressing part. It's like, I can't find clothes for me. And they're like, why? Because I'm used to those shiny, shiny colors, crazy fuchsia, crazy orange. And here you'll see like very soft, colored patterns. And they're like, yeah, it's a very cultural thing. And I'm like, yes. And then it's a traffic. Here's the thing. Taiwan is very respectful. And that's my best advice. Please be extremely respectful. Taiwan's traffic, yes, we got it. Red is stop, green is go, and yellow is please start pausing. But that's the thing. In my country, green is go, yellow is go faster, and then red is quick, go. So that's the problem. And I'm like, there's a lot of cultural difference. Cultural difference are crazy. And we still keep seeing, and then they're like, we'd like you to talk. Do you want to talk with more people? And I'm like, yes. So I start talking with students, and then my school is like, we want you to keep talking. And I'm like, okay. So then I got to talk with actually CEOs and entrepreneurs with my own podcast. It's for CEO, and they're like, oh, we keep having fun. So I do encourage you, if there's a career perspective, if there's something that you see in the future, you can actually imagine it here or imagine it back home. But don't make like a gap of Taiwan, your country. It's a bridge. Your job here as country representatives is to actually make a bridge, to do the partnership with your country stronger. And that is why it's okay if you find a passion or try different stuff. And that's where we come to homesick. Don't worry, it's okay to be homesick. And we will go to the next slide. There is a way to fix it. Well, there's no way to fix it, actually. It pops in out of nowhere. You can be having a great time, and you'll be like, oh, I would like to share this with my family. And I think in my case is that I didn't realize that I was leaving my family until I was in the plane. No way back. 24 hours. So once you get to Taiwan, I think ICDF managers, they're the first one to give you the best genuine smile and welcome you, and you start like, oh, okay, and they guide you around. Then you get to meet your classmates. Then you get to meet your ICDF classmates. And that's where you start like, oh, okay. But there's always that thing. With homesick, there's no other advice than actually always talk to them. If you feel it, talk to them. Talk to your family as much as you can. But you can always go to your embassy. In my case, the Honduran Student Club. There's always a student club for your country. The embassy also has my embassy has amazing New Year parties. My embassy always, yes, yeah, I know. See, I have this person tell me I party too much, and she's the one telling me. Yes, I party too much, but I do good grades, I promise. I do my homework, I promise. A little in a rush, but I do it. And please find your embassy. The embassy was looking for people. They didn't call them ambassadors. They actually say Do you want to be part of our Honduran dance? We have Honduran dance, we have Honduran chefs, where we can prep food for this. We can also, like, do you have any talent? And this was an initiative from Central America with Cabay and Cato. And they were like, you know, we have Central American products. We have the coffee. We have, yes, it was scotch and everything. We have a lot of stuff from your country that we would like to introduce it to Taiwan. But we need ambassadors. We need those faces, those cheerful faces to actually show your country. And it was really nice. We actually did a cultural event. It was around Taiwan. That's where I can say, oh, I've been everywhere. They actually took us around in a little cart on a food truck. And the food truck had food from our country. And it was everywhere, all the way north, south, east, west, everywhere. And then we had a problem because your ICDF study managers will actually would like to take you to different places. And every place she says, I'm like, oh, yeah, I've been there. We can go there. And she's like, why? And I'm like, oh, because I've been with the embassy. So always get connected to your embassy. Go back to your roots. Like, it's okay. Your embassy is going to be really friendly and really nice. And that's where you get to dance. And I got to share a lot. So I think this is my last slide. But I'm not sure. I don't even remember. Yes! Okay, got it. Oh, no. Well, you see that we do get nervous.
Yeah, right.
We do get really nervous, but it's not as nervous as being for the first time in Taiwan. The first time you arrived to Taoyuan, the first time. I am so glad. And I don't want to say I'm glad. Like, quarantine for me, it was a little lucky. I felt that I went through a lot of changes, just with the food, just with the fork, just with all the things. The food boxes, the bentos. But also like different things, the weather, the seasoning. There's so much things that are different that I'm so glad that it was done in a very private way. So once I was out of quarantine, okay, I'm glad. Let's go. Let's party. Let's go. Let's really go
Party
out
again.
Yes. So I think it was really nice. I think that quarantine moment is for you to get to know each other. It's for you to define who you are in Taiwan. From all the things, I was more scared. I was scared of the language. I was scared of getting lost. I was scared of my independence. And I gotta be honest, the hardest thing that you will ever have in Taiwan, it's not the tests. The tests are really easy. It's really good. Once you get the handle of education, of the test, of the midterms, don't worry. Like, you just have to do your best. But the hardest thing here is to find a voice. Which is your voice, who you really are. Yes, we have 2 years, but make sure those years are incredible. Make sure it's the true you, not a copy, because we already see a lot of copies in our countries or here. Like, be the original you. Have fun. Study. Study. But please be yourself. You can't do 2 years and be somebody else. What the person you were in your country, I hope that in quarantine you had the chance to think, what's up, what we're gonna do, what's next. So I really encourage you to find yourself, to accept, to discover. It's okay if you can't. It's okay if you feel lost. It's okay if you have troubles. I believe the ICDF study managers are actually super study managers. They will fix it. So don't worry. If it's the language, I still cry. I used to cry when I go to mini Chinese classes, and she got me a class. She's like, oh, no, don't worry. The school has free Chinese classes. ICDF has additional space, so we will get you. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. I realized that I was trying to learn fast, but that's another thing. You also have to go slow and don't push it. You eventually fit in if that's an issue. If it's so homesick, you basically call each other so much that you will feel the connection, because you do really. That's family support is really important. But please be yourself, and make sure the people that are surrounding you is also giving you that positive vibe. Because until you're here in this moment and you get to know that ICDF accepted you, and that it's real. Now it's real, and it's like, okay, now we have to really do this. It's amazing, the support that you need, but how you're gonna success. The reason why we are very, very scared is because we're remembering what was to be here. But I gotta be honest, you're all trailblazers from the moment you pop in that airplane and come to a different country. You already succeed. That was the hardest step. The hardest step is to leave your family and be here. The next step, you have the best of the best, okay? So I do wish you an amazing journey and welcome abroad. Thank you. So, now, come here, Sunny. We got issues.
Oh, what issue?
Because now we need, now they're gonna ask us the questions.
All right. Yeah.
Now they talk.
So, we're
gonna do this.
Yeah. So if you have any question, you can raise it. I think it's a more relaxing one, so we can do it without anonymously, right?
Oh, Anan. Okay. You have a big question.
I think for me, I would say, well, you've been here for Taiwan at least 1 year and 2 years, respectively. So, what is one piece of advice that you want them to have for the newcomer, newbie in Taiwan? Yes. What is the number one piece of advice you would give them?
You first. Can you believe this? Rock, paper, scissors.
Apart from the hot part, you have to wait for the boiled.
See, this now is public.
Yeah.
You know what? My best advice, and when you come to, especially from the Western perspective, when I came to Taiwan, I saw a lot of videos of what to expect, and once you come here, you realize like, oh yeah, the video was helpful, but it's totally different when you're experiencing. Please be very respectful with the culture. In the case that we are all obviously we are respectful, but please pause and think it from your perspective, because sometimes this was very simple. I hopped on the bus in Taiwan, and in my country, because we're Latino, we got reggaeton, so the bus is really loud. Like, we got our music, we got our jam. It's really loud. Bus is really loud. Everything's noisy. And here, it's very calm. And they will shush you if you're like really loud.
Really? You've been shushed before?
Huh?
You've been shushed before?
Yes, but not anymore. I learned.
So that's how you know how to
yes,
work.
Because it's really, I've learned that there's a very calm process. It's a very calm process. So, I used to be loud. So I think you will kind of understand some perspectives. But it's really nice. It's really nice to have, it's like a shock. It's a really nice shock to have something different. And you kind of see, as I tell you, like the difference are actually the ones that make the story, are actually the ones that make the connection. And then, because I was like, where's the music? Because I'm used to hearing reggaeton, pop, rap. Like for me, the bus is something noisy and crowded. And here it's very calm.
Well, I think the bus is very calm because most of people are sleeping in the bus.
Yes.
Especially for the people taking bus and the MRT to work, to school, you can often see them to like doping, you know. So
so I think it's really nice to see that if they have a private space, don't worry. Like as you were saying, like with the harassment type, it might be really misinterpreted, and it's not wrong. It's just that just give them their space, and people will open up when they have to open up, because that's the thing. Latinos are too friendly. We're just in your face. So I think it's a nice thing. So for them, it's like very fresh. Like, oh, why is she talking to me? Like she knows me, or what's going on? And sometimes the English. I'm scared to talk Chinese, but they're also scared to talk English. So give it a break of how you get to connect. And so it's really nice. I think the process is very calm. It's very calm. I expect things to come faster. And that's why I got stuck with the Chinese, because I want it faster.
I see. It's like it's more like a personal question.
Yes.
Have you cried the first day you arrived Taiwan?
Yes. Oh, a lot. I still cry a lot, don't worry. No, I still cry, but it's really nice once you see that you have the opportunity. You will, please, guys, when you sign up for a class, please make sure what's the language, because I have accidentally signed up for a Chinese class, and I didn't know, and I had to go cry to my ICDF manager to take me out. So please, like, I've been accidentally on the wrong places. So yeah, make sure. But if not, you just go sign language. One. Oh, to be honest, I still have an issue where I say instead of e. I still say 2 instead of 1. And it's such a confusion for me, but that's me.
I think in Taiwan, if language barriers still exist, but we can always use our body language and sign language. It works. Don't worry. We understand you.
And they're really nice.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
and
are
I
smart
think
people.
our classmates
Okay.
very helpful, very
Yeah.
supportive. Yeah, Taiwanese classmate and yeah, ICDF managers and professor. Yeah, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, so please, I think it's better if you have this awkward moment once than actually carrying with that mistake through a long time. Because sometimes they will just say, oh, maybe they like to do it that way. But please, if you can ask the question, especially with the Chinese languages, like the phrases, remember that we have different phrases. So please, the slangs, they might be different here. So you do need to ask. It's okay to ask the question.
Catch breath. Okay. So any advice from Sunny?
Yes, actually, at first, a pop-up word in my mind just like study hard and play harder, but I think we should balance. So,
Excuse me, play harder.
yeah,
Excuse
so
me.
balance. So just keep study, like focus on your curriculum, study, and don't forget to enjoy your life in here. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Study hard.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you, and thank you for
so
all your
much.
sharing and experience. I think it's very practical, and especially coming from both of you have a quite active doing their study in Taiwan. And thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
And we have next session. So after hearing the on-campus and traveling experience, we'd like to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Dennis. And she graduated from Incheon University, and she currently works in Taiwan. And she's from Honduras as well. And we are delighted to have her to share her experience on the topic about, since we've been addressing about the traveling, eat, and play harder, not really harder, okay? So we should note about the culture side, you know? The taboo side and what is the yes in Taiwan and what is no yes. It's more like a preview, but the actual experience will be more exciting than this, I promise you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Dennis.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry in advance, I'm catching my breath. I took the mountainside, so I'm very in boots. Not a great idea. I didn't know I was gonna go for a hike today, but it's fine. So we're good. All right then. So starting from Taiwan, what you need to know, yes and no's. Next, please. Okay, no, I get it. You guys are probably very excited, very nervous. I remember when I was sitting on your chair, it was the same for me. Actually, that's a lie. I was sleeping. But I remember coming to Taiwan and being nervous and excited. So I get the feeling. I don't get the feeling of this right now. But yeah, moving on. Next. Now, I know that you guys are sitting there being like, oh, where do I begin? Because like right now, being in a new country might be very overwhelming because you guys don't know where to start. What should you do? What should you do first? Should I do this? Should I do that? And honestly, this is the most annoying answer you'll ever receive. There's no right or wrong answer to this. Wherever you start to begin your career in Taiwan as a student or as a worker, there's no right or wrong answer. Whatever you do is probably what's right for you. What I did was right for me. You know what I mean? So even though I cannot tell you where to put your foot, where to put your step, I can give you, sorry, next. Next. Thank you. But I can give you some advice, okay? So this is where I'm from now. This is what worked for me. Obviously, as you guys go along your own way, you'll figure out what works out for you, okay? So next, please. I encapsulated everything I'm going to say within Taiwan's culture, the Taiwanese culture. I think this pretty much encompasses everything that you need to know. So next. First advice is to be open-minded. You guys are in a new country. This is not your home country. I don't know where you guys are from. Many countries, obviously. You guys have different beliefs, different cultures. And I think when you go to a new place, especially if you're like from the West, you're coming so far, you guys have to learn how to be open-minded, because the things we work, the way that things are worked out back home are not the same here. So that's my first advice, is to be open-minded. Now, the opposite to that is to not be open-minded, so don't be too close-minded. Now, you'll see where I'm coming from with these two. Okay, next. Now, as the last panelist talked about, the food in Taiwan is quite different. It's not what we're used to. Maybe it looks a little bit weird to you guys right now because you guys are fresh in here. You guys are like, oh, what is that? Okay. Or maybe if you walk through the night market, you smell the stinky tofu. You're like, no way I'm eating that, you know? But I know, I get it. I was like that too. But food is different. However, you have to be open-minded about this type of stuff too. So like, next. I know that TaiwanICDF gives you your stipend money or whatnot. Sometimes you guys will have your, what my friends like to call struggle months, which is when we're broke, we have no money. Usually when a foreigner is broke and has no money, they like to go to 7-Eleven or Family Mart. And we go for the nice and processed spaghetti and the nice and processed noodle cups, cup noodles and stuff like that. But I'm encouraging you guys next to try new things. Next, please. For example, gong pao jiding, which is kung pao chicken. Really good. If you guys don't know where to start with Taiwanese food, I suggest this. This, I think, is more like suitable for palates. It's very good, cheap, and depends on where you buy it. Cheap, but it's good. Next one. We have fried rice. There's many types, like beef fried rice, shrimp fried rice, chicken fried rice, I think. And they're all really good. They're cheap, better than 7-Eleven, anything you'll find at 7-Eleven. Don't stick to 7-Eleven. It's so boring. Like, there will be one point you won't even want to go to 7-Eleven. Just try something different, okay? This is what I'm getting at. Next one. We have dumplings. Dumplings are really cool. They're really nice. We have steamed dumplings, and we have pan-fried dumplings. They're pretty good, very cheap. You get 10 for like 50 NT, and you get full. Sometimes, guys, maybe you guys need to buy 20 dumplings. That's it you need for the day. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Next thing I want to talk about is that people in Taiwan will want to talk to you. You look different than anyone else in here in Taiwan, you know, amongst the Taiwanese. You will stick out. For example, I have curly hair, so they're like, oh, a girl with curly hair. Hello, foreigner. Usually this will happen, okay? So don't be too awkward when Taiwanese, maybe you're at a bus stop waiting to go to school. There's a chance, maybe a Taiwanese elder especially, will just look at you like this. It'll be like, and then it will try to talk to you in Chinese, and then you're just like, how did I tell you, my guy? I don't know Chinese. So there will be people that want to talk to you. But do not worry. Next. A bunch of Taiwanese do know English. However, next, just because they know English, don't assume they do. Okay, that's the most annoying thing I feel like a foreigner can do. Just imagine someone, if you're in your country, for example, in my country, I speak Spanish, and someone comes up to me speaking to me in Chinese. Like, you're just gonna assume that person knows Chinese? No, right? Like, or someone in your country, someone comes up to you in your country and they speak to you in their native language. You probably won't understand, okay? So just because a lot of Taiwanese do know English, don't just assume that they do, all right? I think it's good to give yourself a chance to learn Chinese. Okay, next one. So yeah, this is my next advice to you. Give Chinese a try. Now, I know that because you are in ICDF, we don't get the 1 year of studying Chinese before we go to school. But there are usually in most every university, I think, there's a Chinese course that is required that you have to take. I strongly suggest take that course seriously. I did not, and it did not turn out great for me later. So try to give Chinese a chance, okay? I know it's hard, but once you get it, you get it, okay? Right now to you is like, blah, 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 yeah. But it truly is. Like, Chinese will help you a lot. And you may wonder, why? Next. Okay, why? Next one. Because honestly, life is just much easier, okay? Straight and simple, life is just much easier. Commuting is much easier. If I had known Chinese well, I wouldn't have taken a hike this morning, but I took a hike because I don't know how to speak Chinese and how to tell the driver, hey, can you leave me here? No. So I had to take a hike. Life is much easier. You can commute, you can go to restaurants, meet a lot of Taiwanese people. Actually, I highly encourage you to make friends with Taiwanese people because they're the ones that are really gonna fully integrate you into the Taiwanese culture. They're gonna take you to the cheap spots. They're gonna take you to the good stuff. They're gonna take you to they're gonna help you out. And if you know Chinese, it will be much better for them. Because although Taiwanese do know English, a thing that I notice is that they're quite shy. So don't expect maybe one of your Taiwanese classmates to just talk to you. They will be shy. So, or I don't know if it's because I look angry. Maybe it's just a me thing. But yeah, usually Taiwanese are shy, okay? So they will not be so willing to just go up to a foreigner and talk to them because they think we're a little bit intimidating. Or again, that's just a me thing. But yeah, just managing life here, knowing Chinese, having Taiwanese friends, it's just much easier. So I really highly and strongly recommend you guys give Chinese a try. Okay, next one. If not, you'll be stuck in the usual foreigner line, which is the first line, 我要这个, which means I want this. So imagine going to the hospital. I am a person that's very accident prone. So imagine going to the hospital and being like, 我要这个. I want this. You sound very dumb, okay? So you don't want that. And yeah, that happened to me 2 weeks ago. So I'm telling you, you don't want this. You don't want to be that one foreigner that is like, 我要这个. Every time you go to the restaurant, 我要这个. Every time you want water, 我要这个. Just try to expand your vocabulary out of this, okay? Life is not only 我要这个, okay? So, next one. Okay, so when you know Chinese, there are some things that I find fun when you start picking it up. For example, when you're on the elevator, I am a jerk. I can hear Taiwanese speaking in Chinese, and I pick up some words and some phrases what they're saying. And usually when it's a Taiwanese full of, in the elevator, it's only Taiwanese and you're the one foreigner there. Not usually, but I've experienced a couple of times where they like to talk about you. So they're talking about me. I'm the one foreigner sitting in front, right? And they're like, 好漂亮. Or like, 这是 foreigner. The 头发很漂亮. Like, and I'm like, and what I am a jerk. What I like to do when they talk about me in Chinese is I like to pick up my phone. I like to call one of my friends and speak to them in Chinese. Wei. And they're like, oh my God. I don't know anything what they're saying, but I just do it on purpose. But when you start picking up some words, you'll pick up a couple of phrases. When you reach, for example, the first one, 好漂亮 is all very pretty. 帅哥, it means handsome guy. And the last one, 你笨笨. When you reach this one, you know Chinese. Okay? I will let that for you to figure it out in the next 4 years. So I'll leave 你笨笨 for you to figure it out. Next one. Thank you. Okay. So 2 of my best friends in Taiwan are Google Translate and Pleco. Google Translate is great for when you type in your sentences. However, as we all know, Google Translate is not 100% reliable, right? So that's why we use Pleco. Pleco is like an app where you can double check some words. Where you see, this word looks kind of weird. So you use Pleco to input the word, and it will tell you, it will give you examples of how to use the words, when to use the word, if it's a verb, is it a noun, blah, blah, blah. Pleco is very good for this. So when you're faking that you know how to text in Chinese, use Pleco. It's the perfect tool. Okay, next one. All right, working in Taiwan. Now, tied in with knowing Chinese is working life in Taiwan. I will start off with saying that working in Taiwan is very competitive, okay? The same foreigner job that you see where they want someone that speaks English and Spanish, probably 20 other people in Taiwan also want that job, okay? So don't think that just because you saw it, you're the one foreigner that saw it. If you saw it, probably the 50 other foreigners already saw it, okay? So if you're one of those that plan on staying here to work to work in Taiwan for much longer, I will tell you in advance, it is very competitive. It's not easy. It took years of my life, but not impossible. So moving on, next. How do I get hired? If it's so competitive, if it's so hard as you say, it's hard, but do not get discouraged, okay? I remember that when I was looking for a job, a lot of people were like, oh, you won't get a job. It's so hard. Like, just give up, just give up. Don't give up. Don't listen to that. You'll hear a lot of that as you are, like, nearing towards the end of your journey in Taiwan. Maybe a lot of people that, maybe you're seniors, at least for mine, I heard a lot of that, they were like, oh, it's too hard. You won't get it. You won't get it. It's like, what do you know? What do you know if I won't get it? What if I get it? Okay? So don't pay attention to that, okay? Listen to yourself. If you think you're going to get it, you will get it, okay? It's up to you. It's about mindset. So how do you get hired? Next one. You have to work on yourself, okay? Mentally is very important to work on yourself, and obviously physically. But I think mentally is very important because you have to handle a work and life balance, right? And you don't want to do, as one of the last panels, the last bit I listened to was, you don't want to play too hard, right? And you don't want to be doing too much of something. You need a balance between the both. Remember that you came here as a student. You're not coming here as a worker in Taiwan. You're first a student above anything else. So don't lose that balance. It's okay if you want a job. It's okay if you want to have fun. But don't let one go beyond the other. Just keep it in a balance. Why? Because if you do too much, like work life, it will drain you and mentally, especially because you're here on your own. You don't have your family here. It's probably just you. Probably don't know anyone. Yeah, you have your friends, but they're not gonna, how are they gonna help you with this, you know? Like, they can help you. Like, you can lean on their shoulders, but at the end of the day, it's your thing, right? So when you are like in that mental state, just remember to keep a balance. Don't do too much of something. Now with the life part, she's right. Don't do too much of the play too hard part. First year is very easy to fall into that because you come into a new country. Yeah, no parents, especially if you just graduated. I would know about that. So yeah, just a balance. The balance is good, all right? Next one. Now, just because you're a foreigner, you won't get hired. And why am I saying this? Because of the next slide. Next one. When you come to Taiwan, probably one of the first jobs you'll encounter is to be an English teacher. You'll be like, what? English teacher? I have no qualifications. Me either. Yet I did it for 3 years. So why? Because in a lot of the cram schools in Taiwan, is what we call them, where you go teach English, as long as you have a good accent and you look like a foreigner, you'll probably get hired. So it's contradictory to what I just said. However, this is just a part-time thing. It is very temporary. It is not you will do forever in Taiwan. This will not allow you to get you a work permit to stay in Taiwan, okay? So next one. Although it's a very well-paid job, money does not equal to expanding your resume, okay? So even though English jobs do pay quite a bit, they pay really well. I'm not gonna lie, but I miss it. Less hours, that was life. But more money does not mean expanding your resume. If you go to a Taiwanese company that you're applying to, if you're a business student or something else or whatever, and you just show on your resume, hey, I was a teacher in Taiwan. They're like, oh, really? 10 other foreigners came in with the same resume. So money does not equal to expanding your resume. So if you have the chance, please try to get in some internships, some experiences, or join activities. If there is activities at your school that you think you can put on your resume, try to do that as well. Do as much as you can, okay? Next. I suggest try to get an internship. Taiwanese companies are very like, it'll sound bad, but a little black and white. They just want to see. They measure kind of ability based on what you can see, okay? So if you see that they did an internship at Microsoft, ooh, okay, that sounds good. They did this internship for this amount of time, okay, that's great. If they don't see an internship, it's really hard to get hired, okay? When I was applying to my jobs, I did 2 internships, one that was abroad and one that was here. The abroad was once remote, so I did it here in Taiwan, but still counted. And I did one in Taiwan, and they liked that. So that's how you expand your resume a bit, okay? Try to get an internship. Next one. Knowing Chinese is an advantage. Now, I am saying this because when I was on the job hunt a couple months ago, a lot of the companies did like my profile. They liked that I did so and so and so. But a big problem was that my Chinese is very conversational. And they were like, okay, if you want this position, how will you communicate to your coworkers what you need to do? Because a lot of people here only speak Chinese. And I was like, good question, my man. I don't know either. So I actually lost a couple of offers due to this. So it was hard on me emotionally and my pride. But it is what it is, okay? So I really suggest this. They may like you, like the HR team might really like you. They liked me. But because I didn't know Chinese, that was a big problem. I didn't know more than the conversational part of Chinese. They were like, ooh, okay, maybe we'll keep your resume on file, which is you're not hired, okay? So take Chinese as much as you can. Next one. Now you may wonder, where can you apply if you want to stay? I know this is very far-fetched because you guys just made it to Taiwan, but there are a few resources. So let me just go through a few resources where you can apply. Next one. You can try, if you're a business student, LinkedIn. You will never stop hearing about this forsaken app. I don't like LinkedIn. You can have 104 and Facebook. Yes, you can even find jobs on Facebook, like Facebook groups and stuff like that. 104 is my favorite, my savior that got me a job. And LinkedIn sucks. Don't go on LinkedIn. Just kidding. You can try. You can find good internships on LinkedIn. However, for jobs, they will want you to be a fresh graduate with 8 years of experience. And I'm like, sir, I am 23. How am I going to have 8 years of experience? Okay? So LinkedIn sucks. 104 is where it's at. Next one? Yeah, 104. So when I was applying, 104 wasn't only in Chinese. However, I think right now there is a English version for the platform. So you guys are lucky. I had to figure it out in Chinese, but this one is great. A lot of the job postings are also in Chinese. So again, Google Translate, great friend. Also, I want to say that when you are applying to these jobs, if you think you're underqualified, just apply. Like, you never know. You know what I mean? Like, you may think, oh, I'm so underqualified. I don't know if I can do this. Just like, you don't know. They may see something in you that you don't see in yourself. You know what I mean? So with my job, I was like, I threw in there thinking like, I'm not going to get anything back. But they called me back, and now I'm working there. So, yeah, you never know. Just apply even if you think you don't have the experience. Of course, if they say they want you to have a 10-year experience with blah, 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 you're not going to go for that, you know. But just try. They may see something in you that you don't see in yourself, which is something great that a friend told me when I got the interview for the job that I currently have right now. So that's great, okay? Next one. Again, work and life balance. I really want to emphasize on this. Don't just do work, 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 or don't just do life, 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 because that will kill you and mentally some way, one way or another. Okay, the balance is good. We love balance here, okay? Even though I don't have any, clearly, because I go to the hospital a lot. But yeah, next one. In Taiwan, there are rules. Next one. Taiwan is a very play-by-the-book type of country. So if there are certain rules that say you should do this, this, and this, you can be like, oh, can I do this? No, they're going to tell you no. Taiwan is very by the rule. And I think you guys should learn how to follow a new country's rules. I know in some of our countries you can be like, oh, maybe I can do this, and I will get away with it. If you do that in Taiwan, you're going to get caught. So don't do anything dumb. Play by the book, okay? Because if not, next one, please. You'll get in trouble, and you don't want to get in trouble. Why you don't want to get in trouble? Next one. Because the consequences are very harsh. I know firsthand. Consequences here are not nice. When you get in trouble, that's not great. For example, this one. I think this is a Taiwanese guy. 1.5 million. That's for quarantine. So I hope none of y'all stepped out of your hotels on the quarantine, period. But yeah, consequences are pretty bad. Even if they're not monetary, or they can be like service hours type thing. They suck. Don't get in trouble. I emphasize on this a lot, please. Next one. There's also bigger consequences like deportation. If you are working here illegally, let's say you're just doing your English job and you don't have your work permit, you're going to get in trouble. There's the possibility of you getting deported. So don't play by the rules, okay? Don't do anything dumb. Next one. Okay, now moving on to something lighter. There are different beliefs in Taiwan. Just as your culture and Taiwanese culture or any other culture, everyone has their own little different sets of beliefs, right? For example, next one, please. That was not it, but okay. Be respectful. Next one. Okay, yeah, here. Okay. Just like, for example, and I know in Latin American or Central American countries, a big thing for us is religion. For example, a lot of our countries are very Christian. In Taiwan, there's a lot of Buddhism, okay? And I'm not going to get political here or whatever. I'm just going to say there's a big difference between the two, right? So just because they're different doesn't mean you get to be disrespectful. Okay, this is just an example with religion at least. Just because they're different doesn't mean you get to be disrespectful. You'll see and hear a lot of things that you might not agree with the way Taiwanese people think. And that's okay, you know. Why would you want everyone to think the same way as you do? So I think it's good that you guys just stay respectful, even if you don't agree. You don't want to be that jerk that is like, oh, your opinion is kind of dumb. You don't want to be like that, or like, that's weird. Why would you believe in that? Like, in your head, it might sound kind of weird what they believe in, but that's how it sounds to them, okay? What you are sharing with them is probably the same way. So just be respectful, okay? I think that's a very important thing, especially with beliefs or opinions or or political things, anything like that. Just be respectful of the way they think and what you think. Because, next one, please. Oh. Yeah. Taiwan is very open-minded. Taiwanese people are very open-minded. And like, although they may not agree with some of the things that you say or some of the things that you practice in your countries, they will still be willing to hear. They will still be willing to learn. So just as they are willing to learn, be just as willing to learn as well, okay? I know that at the beginning it's kind of hard to just get in with the game with everyone else, but you'll get the gist of it as if you just try to not be so much in your cocoon, okay? Try to branch out a little, okay? Don't just stay in like, I learned this at home, and I will just think like this all my life. No, like, you're here on your own. You get to work on yourself. You get to explore more about yourself a little bit more. So just try, okay? Next one, which brings me to my 2 ending points. Be open-minded and to not. Next one. Not be too close-minded. Okay, don't be too close-minded. And in the end, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Dennis, thank you for your sharing. Again, this is a question I ask other speakers as well. If there is one piece of advice you would give to the newbies here, what would it be? The one most important advice?
Well, my whole presentation was about it, so I'd say just be open-minded, okay? I think that's the biggest advice I can give you guys, for real, because, like, it's a different country, it's a different perspective, the way you're gonna see things. Everything is different. It's not the same as back home. So just try to be open-minded. Don't let your own beliefs get you stuck behind, all right? Just try to learn more. Try to incorporate yourself more. And if you don't like it in the end, well, you don't like it, but at least you tried, okay? So there's nothing wrong with trying. So that, I think, trying and being open-minded are two good advices I will give you guys here.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you again. Give a big hand. And now we have we have 3 video clips that produced by our recipients before. And this is actually a short documentary about their life and memories in Taiwan. So we would like to especially show you as a preview that you have a general idea before you officially start your new life in Taiwan. So shall we play the first video?
When I first came to Taiwan, I didn't realize I was in for a culture shock.
这可以大声一点吗？谢谢。
New place, different people, difficult language. But over time, Taiwan grew in me. Being here gave me a unique opportunity to pursue my goals and my passions at the same time. Taiwan's interesting history, vibrant culture, good food, thank you, Shashini. And generous people. They all showed me life from a different perspective. More than just a place with quality education. More than simply being a tourist destination. Taiwan is now home to me, and living here has taught me to see, not just with my eyes, but with my heart.
Every journey has its own beauty. No matter where you are, you always learn to live and learn to love. Living here in Taiwan for a couple of years was not something I expected at all, but way better than I expected. A couple of things that most people might think about Taiwan at first thought might be convenient transportation, Taipei 101, stinky tofu in the night market. But if you actually look deeper, In terms of living-wise, Taiwan has much more to explore. It has one of the richest nature spots and great hiking trails that you really have to take some time to master all of them. It is prompt with rich culture, religion, and a lot more kinds of food. And trust me, Taiwanese people are super creative with their snacks. Other than attractions and food, try Taiwan education. Besides offering standardized Mandarin education, Taiwan offers one of the most generous scholarships in the world to students abroad, opening doors to endless opportunities and networking options. And all I can say is, Taiwan is a great place to find yourself in. Explore Taiwan with your own eyes. You will learn and you will love.
Here is Taiwan Through My Eyes.
Hello everybody, I'm a master's student in Taipei National University of the Arts, and today is my graduation. During these 2 years studying here, I've had a wonderful experience and I've learned a lot about Taiwanese culture and people. I invite you to see Taiwan through my eyes and take a look to this wonderful island. Being a student in Taipei had opened my eyes to the world and the wide range of arts and music performance. Let's go!
This is the carnival celebration of Chinese New Year at the Fo-Wang-Shan Temple in Kaohsiung, known as one of the most colorful and happy moments for the Taiwanese. From a varied range of arts at the Museum of Contemporary Arts in Taipei to the National Palace Museum where you see more traditional arts, Taiwan is full of cultural representations.
There's a big sense of urbanism in Taiwan. It's a very educated society, which makes the city great.
For example, you can find music ensembles like the TLBE Brass, who try to redefine classical music with a sense of comedy and a dazzling performance. Some of the schools dedicate their lives to preserve Chinese opera, dance and acrobatics, while they cultivate calligraphy, literature, and all kinds of theater performance. New media, filmmaking, and theater design are also part of the main subjects here.
Now we are at the bookstore in TNUA. And as you can see, there are so many books and CDs and cultural objects.
Let's see who is around here.
I'm Sunny.
Why do you think education is important?
It gives me knowledge. I like to read. It's about just the world.
How do you see the world?
I use my eyes.
Education and culture in Taiwan are as rich as important it is to know our world. People from all ages and backgrounds are opening their eyes to see the beauty of everyday life, their people, their culture, and the magic of this world that surrounds us. Come and take a look through your eyes and enjoy the best of Asia in the heart of Taiwan. Here is
Hello. Okay, I'm back. So the time has come to the last session of this afternoon, which is about the Legal 101. As I mentioned in the morning session, that none of us want to see any one of you break a law unknowingly or unintentionally. So we especially invite Ms. Ivy Lin. She is attorney at law at Lee & Lee firm, and she'll be give us, of course, we are not going to cover every scenario or every cases in Taiwan, but we pick out the most common ones that we collect from the previous 20 years. Okay, we have a large volume of database. So, and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ivy Lin.
Hi, I'm Yvonne. I'm a lawyer from Lee & Lee. I graduated from Columbia Law School in New York, where I met a lot of classmates from Latin American countries and also Southeast Asia. So I'm very happy to see you guys here and very happy to introduce Legal 101 to you guys. I'm gonna show you a kind of general picture of the Taiwanese law that might apply to your daily life here in Taiwan. Okay, next. So I'm going to talk about the jurisdiction issue first. Then there are certain situations or measures, requirements you will need to be aware of here. And also some resources for legal services if you need to seek for. Okay, next. So jurisdiction. Does anyone think you are free from Taiwanese criminal law or administrative penalty act just because you are a foreigner or you are the recipient of the government-funded scholarship? Anyone? Okay, it's Greg. Because under Taiwan law, Taiwanese criminal law and administrative penalty act apply to, as you can see, any offense committed or any obligation breached in Taiwan, as long as either the conduct or result of the offense or obligation happens in Taiwan, then Taiwanese criminal law and administrative penalty act will apply. So just be aware of all of the following topics we're gonna talk about because these laws will apply to you guys. Okay? Okay, next. So let's talk about fraud first. So I guess a lot of you guys might already have cell phones here in Taiwan, right? Or in the near future, you will need one. So as long as you have a cell phone, be aware of the texts or phone calls you are gonna receive, because it's kind of weird that nowadays we do have a lot of scam texts or messages or even phone calls coming in the name of either the governmental sectors or someone say, hey, I am your friend. What are they saying? They might ask you to click on the link in the message because you are eligible for certain whatever, like governmental stipend or any money you can receive as long as you click on the link or you call back to the entity just mentioned in the link or message. So be careful because it's probably they are scams. What you should do is to confirm with the governmental sectors or your friends directly to see if they did send out that kind of message to you. Okay, it's pretty important because a lot of scams are just like that. So you might want to Google the phone number or the website of the governmental sectors on your own instead of clicking on the link in the message. Okay. And normally, the governmental sectors in Taiwan will not text you. They will they will mail you a written notice or written letters to let you know, hey, please come to the office, and we will talk about X, Y, and Z issues. Then we will just handle all of the matters in the office instead of just clicking on the link out there. Okay, so what if you commit a fraud? Like you said to someone you don't really know, and you said, hey, I'm your friend, please give me the money, and I will give it to you back. Then you just disappeared. It's a fraud. Okay, it's going to be 5 years in prison in maximum, or detention, or a fine. It's a crime here in Taiwan. And if, unfortunately, you become a victim of a fraud, what can you do? The best way might be calling the police, right? You can just dial 110. Then the police will ask you what happened. You will need to tell the police like how much money did you lost, and then who contacted you. Just all of the information you have. And the police will take notes of your testimony and then give you a receipt of reporting form. Just keep the reporting form so that you can trace the case status with the police station. And after that, it is possible that the police will submit the case, the whole case, to the DA office directly. But you can also either on your own or hire an attorney to ask the prosecutors at the DA office to accuse the defendant for you. Okay, generally you don't need to hire an attorney to do so. You can do that on your own. But I know a lot of you guys might not be pretty familiar with Taiwanese proceedings, so it would be better if you can hire an attorney to do so, especially because you also have some language barriers. Okay, so make sure that you do have some experts to help you. Okay, next. So there are a lot of common property-related crimes that might happen during your daily life here. Let's say theft. It's very simple. It's just you steal something normally not in the presence of the owner. Then abroad taking is when you use maybe a little bit force, and then you take the property in the presence of the owner. Then it's going to be abroad taking. What if you use more force, like you grab a purse while you're riding a bicycle, or even you're driving a car? It's a robbery. Then if someone just put a gun on some other's head and say, give me the money or I will shoot you, it's going to be extortion. And if your friend borrow you something and then at some point you kind of want to keep it on your own, it's embezzlement. And all of the above mentioned conducts will be a crime under Taiwanese law, and they are almost all under 5 years in prison. But if it's robbery, it's going to be more than 5 years in prison. But if you use more serious ways to commit those crimes, like you do have other co-offenders, or you break into someone's house to commit this crime, it's going to be more years in prison, in maximum. So what if you unfortunately become a victim? Again, you can call the police and then make sure that the police know all of the facts and keep your testimony on the records, and then you should keep the receipt of the reporting form. Okay, so you can also hire an attorney to ask the prosecutor to accuse the defendant for you, too. Okay, next. So when it comes to traffic, I know a lot of you guys might drive cars or motorcycles here. What if you drive without a license? Then you will be fined of 6,000 to 12,000 NT dollars each time. Okay? And so I understand that a lot of previous scholarship recipients rent shared motorcycles. And if there is a traffic accident or whatever, like penalties, Taiwanese rental companies will ask you to pay for any compensation you should be paying to the victims or the owners of the properties insured, or the fines, penalties, or fees, or even operating loss of the rental company, which means like if the motorcycle was towed away, then the rental company cannot rent the motorcycle to any others. So it is possible that the company will ask you to pay the rent during the period when the motorcycle was towed away, maybe several months or several days. Okay, it's operating loss. Okay, next. Then traffic accident. It is pretty important that if you are the driver and if there is any victim injured or even dead, please do not hit and run. Just do not leave before the police say you can leave, because it's going to be a crime under Taiwanese criminal law. If the victim is slightly injured, it's going to be half year to 5 years in prison. But if the victim is seriously injured or even dead, it's going to be a year to 7 years in prison. So what you can do is to call the police right away, just right after the accident happened. Then the police will, again, come to the scene and then maybe take some pictures and then record all of the parties' testimonies, like the drivers and then the victims, or maybe some other pedestrians' testimonies. Then normally the police will just gather all of the records and pictures and testimonies and submit all of the case to the traffic accident committee. After that, the committee will analyze which party should be blamed for the accident. And they will release a report to you. So because a lot of insurance companies might not pay you before receiving the report. So normally, I mean, it's just a general advice that it might be better if you don't settle before receiving the report, because the insurance companies will want to check the report to see if you are responsible for the accident, and they will decide whether the insurance will cover all of the compensations or repair expenses generated from the accident. Okay, so just make sure that you call the police first, then ask the police to take notes, take pictures, and then submit the case to the committee. And then make sure you have the report. Keep the report, and then maybe you can ask the insurance company or the rental companies to figure out what's going on and what should you be doing after that. Okay, next. So sexual harassment. Under Taiwanese law, sexual harassment include verbal and physical harassment. As long as you say, like you say something where you you just touch someone's body with the intention of sexual harassment, it might be punishable. And depending on the, like whether the conduct or the words you were saying is serious, if you touch someone's body with the intention of sexual harassment, it might be 2 years in prison. But if you just say something, that will probably not lead you to the prison. Okay. And what if you unfortunately become a victim? You can call the hotline. Just dial 113. It's the special hotline set up by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. And also, you can call the police, just dial 110, because they kind of handle all of the crime-related or illegal stuff. So if you don't know, who can help you, maybe you can just call the police. Just crime-related or illegal stuff related. Okay, and also if the harassment is so serious that it constitutes a rape or something else, then it's going to be a crime, right? So you can also ask the DA office to accuse the defendant for you. Okay, next. And COVID, because we still have a lot of COVID cases nowadays here in Taiwan. So it is very important for you guys to just ensure that you are aware of the latest measures, because they are changing all the time. And make sure that you follow the requirements, because it's for your own safety and also for others, right? And although they are changing all the time, but as you can see, all of the rules here are kind of unchangeable. Like they still do that. They require that all the time. So first, you have to wear mask outdoors. And if you fail to do so, it's going to be a fine of 3,000 to 15,000 NT dollar each time. So if you don't wear a mask every day, and then you get caught every day, it might be a fine like that every day. So it's going to be a lot of money. Okay? And what if you fail to provide health declaration or any other similar documents? It's going to be a fine of 10,000 to 150,000 NT dollars. Okay, I guess a lot of you guys might already submit that kind of document, so you can come here, right? And also, if you fail to comply with the temperature measurement, specimen collection, or even hospital treatment requirements, the amount of fine is the same as the above. Okay, so make sure that you are aware of the latest measures and just follow them. Okay, next. Resources for legal services. So what I mentioned above were just a general picture of the important rules that might apply. But when it comes to whether a conduct constitutes a crime or whether an obligation will like a violation of the obligation will lead to a penalty really depends on the facts of each case. So you just have to seek an expert, legal expert, to analyze all of the facts in your case. So I know a lot of colleagues, like a lot of law school here, do have legal services centers. They do have something like legal clinic, which are normally held by law professors, and a lot of law school students will kind of help the clients or just the people seeking legal service from them. So anyway, they will ask you what happened and is there any documents or information you can provide for them to analyze your case. Then they will let you know. So here's the thing: you encounter something, and then what's your legal basis for the goals you will want to achieve? Like, if you want to seek for compensation, or if you hope the defendant will be like sentenced to prison, then you can ask the legal services center at your schools. Or if you fulfill the financial requirements of legal aid, you can also apply for legal aid. Legal aid is just kind of a stipend or a way to reduce the attorney fees or court fees you should be paying if you don't have the legal aid. So you can contact Legal Aid Foundation to let them know that, hey, I am wondering whether I can apply for legal aid. And could you please let me know all of the financial requirements? And after that, you can know whether you are eligible for legal aid. And if you are, then you can kind of pay less money when it comes to court proceedings or attorney fees. Okay, and last but not least, because a lot of you guys are not familiar with Taiwanese legal proceedings and also Taiwanese laws. So it is very important that you seek help from an attorney at law firms. And also, a lot of you guys don't speak Mandarin, I guess. So it is better if you can find an attorney who can speak your native language or at least English, so that they can help you with all of the proceedings, right? Okay, so I guess that's the end of my presentation. Okay, so I'm really happy to be here, and please let me know if you do have any questions. Thank you.
So does everyone have any questions about? Okay, you said. Can someone? Can someone pass mic to him?
Good afternoon, Mr. Yvonne. Sorry, Miss Yvonne. I have a question. I don't know if it is the case, but some of the people that are here does not have, their countries do not recognize Taiwan, therefore they don't have an embassy. So, for example, in my case, the closest, the closest consular office is in Hong Kong. As it is in my understanding, our diplomatic missions should know our legal status too, because they might also provide information and help as it might happen. So I don't know if you have any, I don't know, advice, previous experience, or any route that could be recommended for nationals that their country does not have a diplomatic mission here in Taiwan.
Is there any specific issues you want to?
No, I was thinking mostly because in the case that we face any kind of process, like either a criminal process or any kind of fine or anything, some of our countries may provide legal aid. So I don't know if there's a way of coordination, or that depends on the law firm.
Okay. So legal aid generally applies to anyone. So because you are here, then you might be able to apply for it as long as you fulfill the financial requirements. Okay. But when it comes to the, like, whether there's an office coordinate all of the stuff, I guess I know that there are some legal aid foundation staff. Okay. I mean, sometimes they do have some other translators, or they do have law school students in the U.S. coming here to do the internship. So maybe it's a way to just help to translate the whole thing. But when it comes to nationalities or diplomatic issues, maybe to my understanding, it seems that there's no centralized office for that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone who has other questions? Or you prefer to answer the question in private because you're thinking about committing a crime already? No. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, somebody say yeah. Okay, too honest, okay. I think this lesson is quite important. I'm not implying anyone here will commit a crime in the near future, okay? There's a word, God forbid, okay? So I don't want to see anyone commit a crime, well, intentionally or unintentionally, okay? It's a big no-no intentionally, okay? But I would like to share one particular very interesting case that I recently encountered is that there's a guy, he lost his credit card, but he did not report to the bank. And later the bank and also the police officer informed the school, and the school later on informed us saying that his account has been closed because they found that his account is in the middle of like a money laundering incident, probably. And then we confront the student, and the student say, I don't know, I know nothing about it, because I lost my debit card like a few weeks or maybe a few months ago. But when we further ask him why you did not report it to your school, or well, normally when you lost your debit card, you will report to the bank because they'll close your. Everyone knows about it, right? Right? Okay. 101. If you lose your ID or bank card or anything, your official document, please report to the bank, your school, your program, your embassy. Okay. This is a basic knowledge because someone will pick it. Someone may take it away and like forge and really do something doing something really bad under your name. So it's your reputation. It's your reputation. Your bank account will be damaged. Okay. So because the student wouldn't say, because I assume the student knows something, but he refused to tell us the truth. So he thinks that playing like I'm innocent because a quote from Dennis, okay, she used the D word. I'm not going to use the D word. I won't use the S word or D word to just don't be so naive or innocent. Act smart. So because the person just saying that I don't know, I really know nothing, and guess what? When it comes to police, and the police did not trust him and did not take his word. So eventually, he has a long way to go, facing unknowing like a penalty. We don't know because he's still in the process. So this is a true story, okay? So all of us, we want to see you. It's our job to keep you like, to make sure your well-being in Taiwan. It's our job. And it's also our job to make sure you graduate with diploma, with certificate successfully. It's our job. But it is also your job to make sure that you understand the regulation living in Taiwan. You are entitled to understand what sources or what measure you should take to protect yourself. Okay, this is one true story that I have to remind you. Okay, so again, thank you, Ms. Lin, for her legal advice. Again, thank you. And also, I hope one day we will not be using this, but we also have a legal resources for consultation, free consultation. But we will release the information to the program managers. So if you, in case you really need it, you can approach to them. Okay? So that's the end of today's orientation. So happy now, everyone? Happy? Okay. Good. So we'd like to say goodbye to our friends online. So goodbye and take care. So, and that's it.
Now please wait for a while to follow your on-campus manager to lead you to leave the venue. 请问屏东科技大学的请带同学往这个前门走。